everyone, hello, welcome into stream, welcome in. Let me go ahead and get that timer going here, hold on, there we go. Timer is good to go, lovely, welcome in. Hello, Maximus, possibly, welcome into stream, welcome in, and hello to you as well, Dimitri, hello, and yes, I joined this time right before the clock ticked to 0. Well, the hope is that at least, since the beginning of stream usually has, like, the ads, the hope is that I play them in the starting soon screen, so that when we actually get started, things don't do their thing, and thank you, is it Povesta, possibly? Please correct me if I'm wrong in the name, but thank you for the subscription, the Prime subscription. Thank you, and welcome in. I don't believe that's a name I've read before, but then again, memory, sometimes, often, not too good, but thank you, all over again. I hope your day's been well so far. Your Sundays have been wonderful, and I hope you are looking forward to the week as well. I know, I sure am. There's so many things I'd like to do, and there's so many things I'm excited to do, and I don't know if you noticed, but the title, the goal for today has been also changed. I changed it 10 minutes ago, so it's always spontaneous moment ideas, but I think today we're not gonna do the tutorial. I thought about it, and then I changed my mind. We have been working on the tutorial for like 3 months maybe, and we still do have to do it. But we need to take another side quest, another detour, instead of doing the tutorial, and I think we'll be able to manage it today, possibly, maybe. I think in order for the tutorial to go well, we are going to need a dialogue system. So today we'll be making a dialogue system. Now, whether it will be from the ground up or whether it'll be from the, whether it be from the ground up or whether we use a plugin, I'm not too sure. I did a little bit of Googling this morning, and I looked at a few of them, and for the dialogue system that I want to have, I'm not sure if it's going to be possible with the plugins, but I do want to take a look at the plugins as it's the thing of, Rome wasn't, you don't have to build things from the ground up, and next week will be nice, except temperatures, they will be far too hot again. Oh no, I have heard that heat is, oh man, heat is bad. If I had to choose between being forever hot or forever cold, I would be forever cold, because at least forever hot means you're not just, you can't think. I guess, yeah, at some point when you get too cold, you get numb. But I think as you get hotter, you just get more sensitive. And hi, check, welcome to the stream, welcome in. Hello. welcome in. I hope your day's been going well so far. That timer there is up like 32 seconds, and makes sense for a space person. Space is cool, and the fact that it's so cold is a great thing too, because it means you stay nice and comfy. You could always get colder, but for you to get hotter, or rather, okay, when you're cold, what is the thing you could do? You could take off like your coat if you're hot. If you're cold, you can add on a blanket, but there's only so many clothing pieces you can take off when you're hot. However, you can add as many infinite blankets as you want when you're very cold. So that's why I think cold's the best. And finding the cold is fine. You just put on more layers. Yeah, you put on more layers. Heat is just death. There's only so many layers you can take off without becoming a skeleton. Yeah. At some point, it becomes the thing of, can skin being taken off be an answer? I agree. It's the worst, and I do hope you're able to stay cool, Eska, despite the heat. Oh man, it makes the fall one of my favorite seasons. Not too cold, not too hot, just about right for a good walk every day. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here, and also heating a room is infinitely easier than cooling a room. Yeah, 100%. You can get heaters, but you can get like a big old heater, but if you get a big old fan, it's just blowing hot air. It doesn't work. You click on this guy here, and then I think we should be good. So let me click on this guy right here. And I experienced quite a hot temperature, so hot that in fact the car where I went to a graveyard and back to my home just stopped driving. Luckily on the way back home it was just a tiny bit left, so forcefully left out. Hold on, let's see. I experienced a hot temperature so hot that the car you went inside, the car was so hot that it felt like a graveyard maybe, or did you go to a graveyard? And but I bought a fan, so at least my room will be not just a bland heater, but a convection like an oven. Today should be enjoyable, as I said before. I was going to continue the tutorial, but this is part of the tutorial in a sense, because I want to have the characters talking back and forth in the tutorial. But in order to do that, we need to make a dialogue system. We had a monologue system, which is where one character talked, but I would like characters to talk back and forth. And very recently, I've been playing a little small game called Deltarune. Very small, you probably haven't heard of it. And needless to say, I have, in a way, way been inspired, and that's the best part about playing games is you get your observation skills up and you get inspiration. So the goal is to create an Undertale-like dialogue system. That's today's goal. I don't know if we'll be able to complete it all today, but we'll see. That's the goal I'm going for. And to those of you that don't know the game, I'll also show some images of what the idea is. I think it'll be fun. It'll add charm to the game. And melting inside a car, oh boy. Or when you leave your car out in like in the sun, oh boy. With that said, I'll show you the example of what we're going for. But before then, let's do the pitch and then do the recap, and then we'll go over everything there. With that said, though, you all stay nice and comfy. Hopefully also cool as well. And you just stay there, relax. It's fine. You'll be fine. Everything is okay. Well, what do we have here, Dirty Dan? Lucky, Machine, and thank you for the follow. Thank you, indeedy. It's from SpongeBob, if I'm not mistaken, right? No, I'm Dirty Dan. Speaking of places to be at, though, you seem to be in a wonderful business environment. Am I getting robbed? No, you could not possibly get robbed. For this place, this place only wants one thing. It wants your time. As you're here, you've come here from somewhere. I don't know where. Really, the details don't matter too much. What matters is that you're here and you've pressed the button on the elevators. And to leave, you have to wait for the elevators to arrive. As you know, you're in a business building, business environment. And they have standards here. And there's only the elevator, so that's the only way out. There's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairways. You don't have any tools to suddenly start picking at things and see. And we've also been over this too, that the leaves are not edible and they're also not made of plastic, so you can't choke on the leaves either. Truly, you are safe here, for better or for worse. And since it's you and the elevators, it's also me too, you know. I too am stuck here, but unlike you, I know I can make this a moment of a moment of opportunity. Hi guys! Hi. Hi. Oh my, let's see. And actually, I prefer to go out and take my money and scram! That's that. Yeah. Hello. Welcome into the elevator pitch. And I've been working on this game now for it will be 2 years starting next month. And congratulations on 65 consecutive streaks. Congratulations. And if only I could share a non-5 increment. Well done, and thank you for staying around as much as you have. Indeedy. Have you heard about an up-and-coming game I'm making at the moment called Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game that next month will make a total of 2 years in development. I thought it would take 6 months. It is not. It's the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in under 24 hours, and anytime I worked on it, I had a timer going, so it wasn't like I made it in a day. Just any time was 24. The hope with Necrotype Cafe is that it'll be my first ever Steam release. It is a rhythm typing cafe game. And with that said, welcome into the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where I attempt to pitch my game to you in a concise amount of time in 45 seconds. The idea is that if you haven't been here before, it gives you a chance to get up to date, as well as maybe you haven't been here in a second or two up to date, and it gives me a chance to get better at explaining my reasoning, the game itself, in a short amount of time and a good amount of time. And hi, Kevin, welcome to the stream. Or hold on, Kevin, possibly? Please correct me if I'm wrong. In a wonderful suit. Thanks. I got it, specially tailored. Thank you. Welcome in. And a new game called BAM! Never heard of it. Tell me more. And first game in 24 hours, second game 24 years. Let's not do that there, and we'd love wow, I'd love to hear about BAM! That's that. Hold on here. That timer there. Once it reaches 45 seconds, I will attempt to see how well I can do. Oh boy. With that said, come here often. This is a great place to be. You know, technically speaking, as I said before, there's no harm, so it's safe here, 100%. Welcome to to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy film to prestigious Wizard Magic Academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. Nah, she wants to become a baker, a chef. So she decides to open up a hidden cafe in the part of school where she serves her fellow wizard customers, her fellow wizard students. Not only is this game a cafe sim, it is also a rhythm typing game, and that comes from the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. So people have to speak poems aloud in order to summon things or in order for magic to happen. So in order to create food, you have to summon the food by typing out poems and recipes to the beat. The hope is that you can serve different type of customers that will have different orders, different wants, different types of music, different type of instruments, and you'll go back and forth between a mad dash between serving customers and playing out rhythm games. And by the end of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can follow your dreams. Done. You know what? Not my worst work. Not my best, but I didn't scramble. I think I missed like one word, but I'm gonna give that one, dare I say, like an 8.5. I think that's worthy of an 8.5, and you gotta toggle Chips' glasses. We're business here, and it's also programming, so glasses are needed. And I'd love to hear about that. Bam! Welcome in, welcome in the stream, welcome in. That said though, let me go ahead and slide the sky over to here. Lovely. And with that said, you know, if for whatever reason, that wonderful 10 out of 10, well, I guess, technically speaking, 8.5 out of 10 pitch didn't sell yet. That's okay, that's all right. It seems you just need a little bit more proof, and you know, as a character here in the elevator zone as you are, I can provide proof of concept. Let me go ahead and get off my business suit here. No longer is it needed. Let me then go ahead and get on my hold on, Bob. Which one's Bobby? Oh no, I lost him. Where'd he go? Bobby. There he is. And if that said, let me go ahead and bring you in. It's solid enough. Trademark out of 10. You know what? I'll take it indeedy. Let me go ahead and bring you over to Obsidian Transition. By typing poems, roses are red, violets are blue. Necrotype Cafe made my big. Oh, hold on. Roses are red, violets are blue. Necrotype Cafe, made by Eris, is new. And here we'll see new opportunities to share in which you'll enjoy tea under a tree. Oh my, let me go ahead and click on this guy here, then let me click on you here, hide you there, and losing her child again. He's not my child. Hold on now. Let me then do here exclamation, hold on, NECROTYPE, as the prototype is currently up on itch, and the hope is that we get the minimum viable product of the game done. And the minimum viable product just stands for MVP, which is to say, I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game. So we have to make sure the rhythm works, the typing works, and the cafe works. That's what this guy is here. So you'll see a lot of placeholder assets, a lot of bugs here and there, but the hope is that you get the idea of what the game is supposed to be about, and as we go along, we're fleshing things out. As I said before, my first ever long game, and I also hope to make it my first ever Steam release. So a lot of this is me learning and beginner things. So it's a lot of fun in the sense of I can't take it too seriously. It gave me back business days and calendar days. So I have done my story now. I do realize I love you, lovely. With that, business days over. Go everyone. Oh, my Bobby shows up just one day, or one day probably from a bush or something. You know, for a bit I thought about naming the kitten Bobby. He was not. I thought about it, but it just doesn't roll off the tongue quite well. It's like a Bobby, get down from there. But I wasn't going for like a Bobby, come here. Instead, I wanted something a little bit more relaxing. Hi, Coffee. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. His name I ended up choosing was Ruben or Len. As I think that's a little bit easier to say than Bobby, come over here. Oh my, but that's it. Shall we try a little bit of calibration? And treated by the stream, learned by Google, stayed for the game dev and personality, as we all do. Thank you, Aska. Thank you. Shall we go ahead and say it? Bin, like trash bin? Rubin, like R-U-E-B-E-N. I think it's like a food. Possibly. I think it's a red food. Maybe because I'm thinking it starts with R. But it's like a food. Let me click on start here, and we'll see how well we can do calibration. So if I click on that, we wait, and then we hit, and then we wait, and then we hit. Isn't it a gem? Maybe. I don't think so. I think it's a food, if I'm not mistaken. I can Google it in a second. Let's see. Wait. Hit. Wait. Hit. Wait. Hit. Wait. Hit. Wait. Hit. calibration has been completed. Look at that. I'll go to the main menu here. I'm really curious to see. R-U-E-B-E-N. Yep, and sometimes it's spelled R-E-U. It's actually a sandwich. It's like a really hearty sandwich. Hold on. Save image as, just so we're all on the same page here. Save image as, yep, and put that there, and then let me go ahead and put this here. There we go. This is the Reuben sandwich. It does look tasty. I'd eat that possibly, but I don't know what the white stuff is. That's a little bit of concern. It looks like maybe it's onions or something. Let me go to remove this here, and let me delete this guy if I can. Remove. Lovely. Delete has been done. Good. And whenever I see her face and the spider react to the hit on the calibration, it feels like a Ratatouille situation where her and the spider controlling her, with her and the spider controlling her face. I do want to add more animation. Ratatouille, though, that's a fun one to think about. But that one is called Reuben. Reuben is, oh yeah, hold on. I haven't heard of that before. R-U-B-I-N. Interesting. Oh, hold on. Nothing came up for that. R-U-B-I-N. I might have to look into that a little bit more. Nothing came up as far as I can see. I see Ruby, but no. Oh, no. I found it in Wiktionary. Ah, interesting. And it is red. I was right about that one. How lovely. Let's go to the tutorial here. And what you'll see is the cafe. And what you'll be able to do is use the arrow keys. So if we go up, down, left, right, Gabby can move. As this is Gabriella. We'll go ahead and seat the customer down as the customer needs to be seated. So the customer will sit down, read through their notes, think about what they want to order and what they want to accomplish, and when they're ready, they'll wiggle their little arm around. So we'll go ahead and take their order. Once their order has been taken, we'll hold down space here. What you'll be able to see is their order. As I said before, you'll have to mix and match different combinations, different spells together, and the hope is that in this world, wizards have a different attunement. For example, here, Gabby here is a necromancer, and their color is represented by purple, and the flavor associated with necromancy is bitter. So anytime you mix a dish for a necromancer, you'll have to mix something bitter. And the bitter has a different attribute, where if you play it in a song, or you play it in your spell casting, then the music will be nice and fancy. However, say you have a pyromancer who has the color of either orange or yellow, and they have the flavor of spicy. Anything that has spicy in it will be super duper fast. So if you have something that's spicy bitter or bitter spicy, then it'll be super fast and super fancy. And the hope is that you can combine different flavors and different combinations as you get more wizards in the game. There'll be a total of 10 of them, but for now, we have 2 flavors unlocked at the moment, which is sweet and bitter. Sweet are our Medimancers, our healer wizards, and any song that is sweet is super duper easy. So the hope is that we have an easy, fancy cake. That's the song idea behind the combinations. And so technically the cat's nickname Ben should be pronounced Ben. I've been going, hold on, if I do this, let's see, there we go, that name there is the nickname. I had to type it out because I forgot. Then is the name. If we go here and we follow the skull, we should be able to go into this area right here. And if we go behind the desk, you'll see that we need 2 flavors and 1 product. So let's go ahead and grab our sweet flavor. Let's go ahead and grab our bitter flavor here. And let's also go and grab our cake flavor. Yeah. And now that we have 2 flavors and 1 product, let's go ahead and see about mixing it together. So if I hold down Q here, let's see. When the letter, like in the calibration, reaches the white circle, we have to press it. When this guy fills up, you have completed the spell. Congratulations, you passed. However, if this guy fills up, you have failed. You don't want that guy to fill up. That's the tongue-tied meter. When that guy fills up, you have missed too many, and you can't go back, and the spell has fizzled out. And I think that's a French river. It's supposed to be Japanese. French, the different languages. So hold on. W-I-T, H space T, H, and then R, and then E, A-D, S space, O-F space T, okay, and then W, and then I-L-I-G-H, and then T space A-N-D, okay, and then space G-O, A-T-S, K-I-N, V, I-O-L-E-N-T, space, yeah, so far, so good, great even, S-O-C-K-S, comma, there we are, 72%, you know what, I'll take it, 72 is pretty good, passing grade, let's go ahead and grab our cake here, and do you see it right above me too? The fact that there's like a little line? I didn't notice that before until we spotted it the first time. I've seen it on and off during the game, but the fact that no one's pointed it out, it has gone unnoticed for the most part, I think is interesting. I see it now, and it's so obvious, but boy, I didn't notice it before. So let's go ahead and serve the customer. Is it here still? No. Interesting. It doesn't show up here. How odd is it? It shows up right above the hat. If I go in here, does it show up again? No, it's just gone. There was like a long line. Interesting. Oh, the customer, go ahead and take your order right there. They'll eat it, they'll wipe them out, and then they're ready to leave. There's other things that are going to exist in the game. For example, there's going to be protagonists or antagonists, which are going to be ghosts. You can see ghosts there. And ghosts you'll have to treat kind of like customers. You'll have to serve them a certain type of food. And they're their own little thing. And, maybe it's just caused by the shelf or something? Maybe? I don't know. It shows itself and then it leaves. But if we spot it today, I don't think we will, since we're working on like an entire system making. I don't think we'll see it, but yeah, we'll keep an eye out most certainly. And I did link to Necrotype Cafe. Lovely, lovely. Alrighty then, with that said and done, today should be fun as it will not be about tutorial. Kind of, sort of, because we'll be working for the tutorial, but it won't be the tutorial. We're taking a bit of a break from it. So let me go ahead and click on this guy here, click on this guy here. Lovely, lovely. And then let me bring you to this guy here, and then let me bring you into our concept right here. And with that said, let me show you the reason why we're doing this first. The idea is that in the tutorial, you'll have your familiar, and the familiar is guiding you through the tutorial, rather kind of reminding you. The idea of the tutorial is that you start in the cafe, and once you're in the cafe, the familiar will be like, hey, Gabby will say to herself, maybe I should start on doing my warm-ups. And your warm-ups will be your calibration. So you'll be able to do your calibration in-game instead of in the menu. So once you finish your calibration, then the spider will go, hey Gabby, could you make me something before the shop opens, before the cafe opens? And she'll be like, oh, sure. But the issue is that this here would be, hey Gabby, can you make me something? Is it just going to be silence? Is she just going to stare at him and say nothing? I didn't like the idea of that. And I've been playing Deltarune recently, and I've been really enjoying just the idea of dialogue, character banter, as the hope of my games. And I really enjoy it when it happens in media too, where you don't need to look outwards to know the secrets and true things. For example, if any of you know about FNAF, the fact that you have to read into every lore, you have to go buy the books to understand the game, I want the game itself, my game, to be its own bubble, in the sense of everything that you need to know about the game is in the game. You don't have to read the description on Steam, or you don't have to hear me talk about the game to know what's going on. So how can we give the information that you're playing a necromancer who doesn't want to be a necromancer and wants to be a baker, a chef? We could give a little excerpt on the game when it opens up saying, you are playing as Gabriella, a necromancer sent to a prestigious wizard academy. That is one way to get that information across. However, I really like the idea of having a dialogue system more, because it gives more character to the character. So that's where the dialogue idea came from. I want to have a box here with some words here and a little, like a profile there, and then a way to go forward and backwards, a little arrow there. And she would just say, ah, a talking spider. The thing is, the spider is her familiar. So she's known the spider here all her life. But I guess not all her life, but most of her life. They're connected by the soul. Or maybe she's a little bit of a jokester. Maybe she goes, ow, a talking spider. And the spider goes, haha, funny one, Gabby. And she's like, yeah, I'm just kidding. That would show character. And hi, alien. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. A talking spider, indeed, because familiars are always fun. That said, though, that is the reason why I'm choosing to instead go with some sort of dialogue option instead of just a text that pops up that you can do next to. I like the idea of back and forth, as well as later on in the game. So after a week passes in the game, a new wizard will come into the cafe. For example, Gabby is the head of the necromancer classes. She's the best of the best, the creme de la creme. And the head of the pyromancers might come in next week. And the idea is that you'll have to impress the pyromancer. So you'll have to impress the head of that wizard class every week, and then you'll unlock their flavor. But how are we going to have some sort of dialogue back and forth between Gabby and the wizard of the week? That's what the confusion was as well. So I think, all in all, having a dialogue system where Gabby can talk back and forth between the characters, I think that works a lot better than having just having a monologue instead. And oh, that's good. Okay, that's good. The talking Spider-Man, what do you mean, Jack? Oh, so this is why our initial dialogue system, it's gotta be thrown in the bin or scrapped or done something else. And there's a few plugins out there for Godot that do have dialogue options, so we'll explore those today too. But I think from what I looked at, from what I Googled, from the few videos I watched, I don't think it's going to give me what I'm looking for. And thank you, Kevin, for the follow. Thank you. And there's so many possible puns. I'm not so much interested in the dead, but the bread. Not waking the dead, but baking the bread. And nothing suspicious, just raising the dough. Yeah, I can add so many puns. And take psychic damage each time I do it. But I would love that idea. And hello, Spider Familiar. I'm Gabby, Necrotype Cafe trademark. And I hate my parents ever since necromancy killed my grandma. Sounds like that, but there's something. It's just the sad backstory. And let's see, they usually don't talk back though. Yeah, it's a familiar. Familiars can speak to the person that they're linked to. So since the spider will be here familiar, she can speak back and forth to it. That's the whole idea here at the very least. And with that said, now a question, how do the thing? Let me get you a screenshot that I thought I had pulled up, but I do not. So let's see. Let's just do this. DELTARUNE, DIALUGE. So you can see the goal. The goal here is that we want to go for a dialogue system that looks a little bit like, let's see. Anyone got a good example of the dialogue? Oh, perfect, that's great. Yes, let me copy this here, copy image, and slide this over here. This is the goal. And as long as we have a goal in mind, we kind of just have to poke it a little bit until it reveals itself. So if I paste this guy into here, something like this is what I would want to see in the game. Now granted, it's not going to be the color or anything, but just think of the format where you have the characters in the game, you have a little box pop up, you're able to go back and forth between the box, you have a character portrait to show in motion and everything, as well as the dialogue here. That's what we're going for. And anyways, just wanted to pop in. No worries at all, AD, no worries at all. And thank you for stopping by as well. I hope you have a lovely insert time zone here. I can't remember if it was you who has the has been having a bit of sleep issues, but I hope not. I hope everyone is able to get well rested sleep. That said though, thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little bit. This is our goal. This is what we're going for. However, from my research, this is not the dialogue system that's very common. What I usually see is a dialogue system like, hold on, FIELDS of MISTRIA, DIALOUGE, let's see, something more visual novel based, where if I copy you here just very quickly, copy image, yes. So the plugins I've been looking at, they only seem to have a dialogue system like this, where instead of having a little portrait in the center, they have the portrait behind the text. They have the name here, and then they have the text going about. That's not what I want. I don't want something like this. I want something like this. And my concern is that, is it going to be the case that we can customize the plugins to look like this instead of this? I don't know, and that's what we'll see in character portraits. Even Toby Fox and gang, stop doing those. What do you mean? I enjoy character portraits. I like looking at the silly portraits. I remember especially yesterday having so much fun looking at Rousey's portraits and expressions. So I want to do that for my game, and I think that would be a lot of fun, and it would just be enjoyable aside from everything else. So let's see. With that said, yeah, I think from what I've seen, I think it's only capable of doing this, the plugins. But we'll explore the plugins first. And if it's the case that the plugins are able to do this, then we'll use the plugins. If not, we'll probably have to make it from the ground up. It would be a learning experience for sure, but sometimes you have to know, even if it is a good learning experience, if this thing has already been invented before, is there a reason to try to invent it yourself? For example, Godot is a game engine. People out there do make their own game engines. Some for the fun of it, some for the thrill of it, some for learning, and some just because they want to feel cool. And the help is that I just want to do things. I'm not looking for the hardest options or the purest form of game development by going into the mainframe. I'm not looking for that. I'm just looking for something to get the point across. So, if need be, we'll create it. If not, we'll use the plugin. I think that is a good compromise. That said, let us pop over to how can we do this? Let me bring you into programming here. I think that'll be fine. And how do you draw a portrait of a spider? Many ways. Have you not seen Muffet Check? There's many ways to do a spider portrait. We can even make like a high definition spider portrait, or we can make a super simple spider portrait. Today, we won't even be worrying about the art, but there's so many ideas that you can do. I believe the two plugins are, what's this? Hold on, that looks neat. Lovely event. A script-based event sequencer, which you queue events into a queuing. Perfect for creating cutscenes and calling. Oh, that's pretty neat. Also, let me click on, hold on, if I can do this properly. Let me grab this guy here, and actually, hold on. Let me bring you into here. That way you can see the descriptions when I do add them in. So I'll bring you into here for just a quick second so I can enable this guy right here. And it should allow you to see things pop up when I do enable them. If I go back to here, you should be able to see it, hopefully. If I click on you there, click on you there. Okay, I think that'll work. And we'll transition to here. That should be a-okay and fine. As what you'll be able to notice is now when I click on something, you can see it actually pop up. It doesn't usually do that because of the way the window-based thing works. So now you can see the things I click on, which is good. And I was looking at the lovely event. I haven't seen this, but I've used this in almost every project so far. I wish I could save this for later. That would have been great. A script-based event sequencer in which you queue events. The thing is, plugins are wonderful, but the issue is that there's some projects that get overloaded with plugins that you don't end up ever using. And Go Tree, hold on, what's this? Gold Tree, what's Gold Tree? A small Godot add-on to easily implement node-based behavior trees. Ooh, fancy! There's so many! And I also, I'm one where if I see a lot of plugins, I'll just start downloading plugins and more plugins and more plugins, and then I don't ever work on my project. So I've been trying to avoid it by just not even looking at any plugins. And the bad news is Muffin doesn't have a text box portrait. Well, she should, and it's a shame that she doesn't, and you know what, that's okay. We can fix that today. Well, not today, but it can be fixed. Let's see here. D-I-A, oh, hold on, I forgot. Dialogue, how to spell. D-I-A-L-O-U-G-E, I think, right? D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. Okay, hold on. D-I-A-L-O-U-G-E. D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. Dialogue. There we go, dialogue here. There are a few. We have, you know, I would have expected, let's see, category all reviews. Yeah, there's like a dialogue manager, this one. This one here was the #1 recommended guide to use. There's a lot of tutorials out there, so we'll take a look through it and see. But you can kind of notice, right, how the portrait is on the outside here or it's on the top. So my hope is that the setting can be met, yeah, that one there is above it. So maybe it can be tweaked, maybe it can be done. So we'll download this guy and give this guy a go. Let me see about the other guy. I had the name popped up, but it didn't pull up again. So let me just very quickly see about the other dialogue one. Also, chat is cut off / covered. Oh, hold on. Great catch there. There you go, check. Lovely. And let me click on here. Let's see. Godot for, and let me click on this guy here to save for later. Godot for D-I-A-L-O-U-G-E. Dialogue system. There we go. And to be honest, text boxes / dialogue box should be easy to program or not. That's what I'm thinking, Aska. It should be pretty easy to do. We've already made a sort of dialogue system. It's more so of a monologue system. So the thing is, if we aren't able, found it. There's dialogue manager, and then there's another one called dialogic. Those are the two guys I see very often. I'm surprised dialogic didn't appear on here. D-I-A-L-O-G-I-C. Dialogic. Does dialogic not appear here? I'm wondering if it's because of the, yeah, how odd. What's this one here? Dialogue engine. A powerful yet minimalistic dialogue engine for the Godot game engine. Interesting. Yeah, because it's one thing to have a dialogue system, but I would also like it to be flexible enough to where you could have, have signals go off, so like for character animations and everything. I would really like that. And let me go ahead and hide this guy here, since I'm not seeing dialogic. Let me see if I Google dialogic. For some reason, it's not appearing in the store. D-I-A-L-O-G-I-C, dialogic. Yep, dialogic. Where'd you go? Dialogic Godot 4. I'm only seeing dialogue manager, and it makes me wonder is it because dialogic just isn't updated to this version, possibly? Maybe? Let's see, dialogic here. And I do see you here, yeah. Interesting, hold on. Let me copy this guy here. Let me click on this guy here, bring this guy up to here, and we should be able to take a look at it together if I click on you here, and we click on, let's see, what button is it? It is going to be that button there. Yep, lovely. Transition then. There we are. Okay, so we're on the GitHub of the dialogic, and it seems to be the case of January 11th. No, that's not right. It's not even, oh no, January 11th. So maybe it's the case that this guy here hasn't been updated, and that's why Godot decides I don't want to do things. Maybe the last update possibly was 2025. Maybe that's why it's not too happy. I wanted to give Dialogic a try just because it was the one that was, it was either Dialogic or Dialogue Manager. Since Dialogue Manager's on here, let's take a look at that one first, and then we'll see about Dialogic, and then if not, we'll also try out, or we'll make our own. As I do think, again, making our own could be a good use, and hi Darvin, welcome to stream, welcome in. And if you end up going the route of doing it by hand, Anis Men Hour in YouTube has a Godot tutorial to do dialogue Phoenix Write style. Hold on, let me copy here. What is the Phoenix Write style? I thought it was more visual novel, right? More of a visual novel style? Hold on, yeah. Visual novel. I'm not looking for visual novel. What I'm looking for, as an example, also welcome into stream, and thank you for the suggestion as well. Suggestions are lovely. I have seen plugins where the dialogue is like this, where it's more so visual novel. I'm not going for something like this. I'm going for something like this, where the character is not behind the scene or in front of the scene. They have a little box text to pop up and everything. That's the hope behind that. Technically speaking, maybe down the road we could have characters actually pop up with high definition art, and that could be a lot of fun to do as well. But for now, something simple, small character portrait, and the words. So that's the hope. Not something this, something more like this. With that said, I have made a backup of Godot, so we're all good to go there. And since we're good to go, we'll go ahead and download the what's it called? The asset, or not the asset, the plugin. And then we'll go from there. Let me go ahead and click on view source here so I can have the source page pulled up, and then we can kind of go through this together and see. And maybe bosses only could have those big portrait sprites because they're important. Well, the thing is, you don't really talk to other characters except for the bosses. The bosses would be the head of the house, the wizard houses. Gabby is technically a boss in her own right because she's the head of the necromancers. There would be a dialogue between her and all of the other ones. So they would all get it. I don't know if there would be anywhere else I would use the dialogue system at, which is why I never thought too much about it. It was the idea of Gabby talking to the spider and Gabby talking to the head of the households for the other wizard houses. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. The install should work. I believe that is there. Yep. And if we click on install, should install properly. Hold on. Yep. Right, it says it's successfully installed. Let me make sure I don't have to enable a global plugin. Yep, it does have to be enabled. So we'll enable it, we'll close this guy here, and then if I reload our project, it should be good to go. And again, if this doesn't work, I have a backup. So there's nothing to lose, technically speaking, unless somehow, knock on wood here, the Godot system fails or something else, or I guess GitHub, because I made a what is it called? Version control. I have a whole save, so we're good. I have all the version controls. So now that we've refreshed everything and we're good to go on here, let's see, basic dialogue and conditions. All right, we can take a look through this. The thing is, like, I don't think we ever have really gotten into looking through documentation. I do like a good read here and there. So let's go through a little bit of documentation and see if we can figure this out. As I said before, I watched a few videos, but I can never remember in the moment versus doing the actual video. So let me go ahead and copy this guy here. I should be able to then paste you into here. Lovely. I should then be able to drag you into here, I think, and then drag you into here, because I don't think you'll need the other areas. I think just here will be fine. We'll see. And with that said, let me also make sure that we clear out our guy and make a dialogue system. So let's see. Twiggly, and then let me do clear, and then we'll go ahead and do squiggly task, and we'll set the task to be make DIA, or actually the task is more so look into DIALOGUEMANAGERPLEUGIN. There we are. Look into Dialogue Manager plugin. There we go. I think that's a more concise quest to do. With that said, let's see. So Dialogue Manager here, we have the version for an add-on for Plus, and then you can install it in the asset library. We have basic dialogue and conditions and mutations, so I'll go ahead and do this here, using dialogue in your game settings. And this is one thing. This is the reason why you would want to do your own system. That way you know it, because if not, you're going to have to go through documentation. And while documentation is fun, it's a thing of, is the system flexible enough for you to use? Is it something you're going to have to tweak? Is it something you can use out of the box? Is it something that's easy to pick up? For example, all of this, there's a lot, which is good. It's very flexible. Looking at all of this, just a glance, and it could be easy to understand too, but just to think of, is it going to be something I'm going to have to take a few days to learn? Is it going to be something I have to do something else? And I think, all in all, maybe it would be a good idea to make our own box. I wouldn't be too opposed to it, just because I would be more familiar with the system and not have to worry about different things and conditions and mutations, and there's a lot going on here. And definitely watching a video would be handy. That is something that could be done, but just taking a look at this at a glance, I do better with visuals, so a video will definitely be more handy. I think, you know what? I think we try to make it ourselves. I think DIY would be better than trying to see about looking at something. So, with that said, that means I have to go back and revert to the older version I had. Speaking of version control. Alright then. Okay, so we'll delete this guy here. It's been decided. We can go ahead and clear that. That was an easy to-do list task. Let me remove you here, Yep. Let me go ahead and do a task here, or squiggly line done on this guy here. Squiggly line done. There we are. Squiggly line done. There we go. Okay, and then we have task, and we're going to do plan system. Plan SYSTEM. Plan system. There we are. That one's good to go there. And with that said, oh, did I not do the done right? Oh, hold on. I did that wrong. And hi, Nima. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I hope your day's been well so far. Let me click on this guy here. I did the message wrong. Hold on. Let me do that there. There we go. And now let's try using a plugin for dialogue. Oh, while text appears, let's do the dialogue on our own. I am easily deterred. I'm not afraid to admit it. I need cool looking colors and stuff, and reading all of this would take more of my focus. So the thing of, yeah, I don't think I could. I would have to sit down with a cup of tea while looking over everything. It's not something I'd be able to multitask look at. That's why I think, yeah, probably the best doing it on our own. An attempt was made. You can't say it wasn't. Let me go ahead and hide Godot here. Let me revert back to our older version that didn't have the plugin downloaded, because that is something that we can do. Let me go ahead and discard all changes here. Discard all the files here. Lovely, good to go. And then if I just reopen Godot, we should have the version without the plugin, as version control is a wonderful thing. I can't say that much. Oh me, oh my, and one step forward, 20 more steps back. Nah, we'll be fine. I think, possibly. I've never done this before, so you know what? We can do this. It'll go on our own. What we need to know right now is, what is our goal? What are we trying to do? That's step one. So let's actually go back into concept here. And what we're going to know, and what we can say, is that, what do we want our box to do? We want our box to show up, and we want it to have text. Let's see. We want to have a character, I think, right? So a sprite. So sprite or character. So we'll say character or sprite. So we'll do here S-P-R-I-T-E, S-P-R-I-T-E. I want to have a sprite or a character. So like a speaker. You know what? Let's say speaker. I think speaker is a little bit better. We can say speaker all in all. So let's do that there. We need to have a way to have a speaker. So speakers will be the person who shows up. And a speaker, I think, can maybe have like a profile or something to show things that they can do. So we'll do S-P-E-A-K-E-R. A speaker. A speaker, I think then, will have certain sprites that have emotions. So we'll do here E-M-O-T-I-V-E, emotive sprite. S-P-R-I-T-T-E. Another thing I want to have the speaker have is, I would love it, and this could just be extra, right? We're going for MVP. So what's the minimal thing we can do? This is not about quality. This is not about oohs and ahs. But, you know, actually, just to make sure I also remind myself of this, I'm going to make this purple as in a not required, but I would like to have it. I would like it if there were like dialogue sounds, so like certain sounds. So I'll do SFX, speaking sound effects. So speaking S-P-E-A-K-I-N-G, speaking S-F-X, S-S-F-X. I would love speaking sound effects to go on. And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. I hope your injury time home here has been lovely so far. I really like the idea of speaking sound effects, and I'm thinking as well it would be a good idea, as the whole point of the game is that different wizards have different, oh hold on, I made that grade. Different wizards have different attributes, so wouldn't it make sense? And I'm not sure how many of you have played the game before. There's a game called Don't Starve Together, where each character is assigned an instrument, and whenever the character speaks, that instrument plays. So a character might have the voice of a clarinet, or the character might have a voice of a flute, and it's not like they're speaking or anything. It's just like the sounds like do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, and it's just that sound played in that instrument. I think that would work great, especially for the themes of the game we're going for. So I think speaking sound effect, especially because we can make all the necromancers, for example, have fancy instruments versus other characters that maybe have like a drum. I think it'd be fun. And yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, it's what it be. So we'll do speaking sound effect here, and we'll do instrument. So speaking sound effect, let's also make sure to make sure it says instrument. So I-N-S-T-R-U-M-M-E-N-T. instrument, speaking sound effect instrument. And like Hollow Knight, I have not played Hollow Knight, unfortunately. However, you know what? Just so we're on the same page, I can even pull up a video here. Don't starve a character speaking, S-P-E-A-K-I-N-G. Just so we're on the same page here too. I don't have experience with Hollow Knight, unfortunately, but I can show you. Don't starve. I played it once. It was a difficult game, so I immediately stopped playing, but an attempt was made. Let me click on this guy here, click on this guy here, and then if I wait for this guy to load, I can show you. Or this Shadow Man from Deltarune. Ah, yeah, I completely forgot about him. Yeah, you make a fair point here. Let me bring you into this guy, and you should be able to see it. And then if I enable this guy here super duper quickly, and I mute this guy right here, you should be able to see it. So this character here, having like a trumpet for a voice versus other characters, so like a harmonica. I think that would be fun. Having different instruments for different wizard types versus like a flute as they're speaking. I think that could be fun. I think it would be like an expansion as well, because we're doing rhythm game. So rhythm game having characters speak with instruments, I also think would be very fitting, since the whole point of the game is voices. And I think since it's like a typing game, each person speaking should make typing noises. Like if it's an older person, like a typewriter noise. Younger people have the tap noises from touchscreen. Hold on. Oh, don't start vending. I don't need to know that. I'm not getting spoiled. Has a touchscreen, then faster, slower, etc. depending on the character. That's an interesting idea too, Eska. That would be leaning into more of the typing idea instead of the rhythm typing. I'll put that down. Hold on, let me click on this guy here, and then let me click on our concept here. And sounds good. That's good to hear, that's good to hear. So either an instrument, a sound, or a typing sound. And we'll do here speaking, so instrument, or, and I'll put it on here, instrument or typing. Or, hold on, let's see, instrument or typing. Or or yeah, typing, T-Y-P-I-N-G-I-I-N-G. I can definitely see it. Let me go ahead and do here, typing here. Yeah, instrument or typing. Oh, you can't see it. That's why I move it down here. And what about making a code that makes a text cube appear? Then depending on what you wrote in the code just appear, characters right in the text, that's an idea, like you have something temporal. What about making a code that makes the text cube appear? Then depends on what you wrote on the code appears in the characters right in the text. Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit, Kevin? I am curious. The thing is like, we're writing down the requirements of what we're making first. That way we know what we're making. So the hope right now is that, what do we want this thing to do? Once we know what we want it to do, then we can start getting the idea of a round. So this is kind of like closing our eyes and shooting things in the dark. What's the goal? That's what we're working on. But by all means, do elaborate a little bit. The thing is, I can say too that we have already a monologue system, but because I want the characters to talk back and forth, it needs to become a dialogue system. So that's to say, if I hide this guy here, hold on, Godot, this Godot here, yep. And if I were to go to our spider here, you'll be able to see our little spider has a speech bubble. As we did make a little speech bubble here, so we do have a way for text to appear, but I want it to be a case of wider on the screen, which wouldn't be too hard, and also have a, a profile to appear, as well as some other things. For example, I would like it if we could add, and speaking of which, let's go back into a concept here. Yeah, that doesn't sound bad. And maybe like a different speed of typing then? Yeah, we could definitely, professors and ghosts also probably older know. Also, you can make some fire mages go super fast and aggressive typing, and a Medimaster more soft and caring. I wonder if there's like is there a way we can mesh the two ideas? I really like the typing idea, but I'm also a fan of instruments, so it's like, I'm not too sure. Another thing I would like the game to allow us to do is, let's see, speakers, we want to have emotive sprites. We also want to have speaking sound effects, your instrument or typing. That would be the thing for speaker. I would also like to allow it for the idea of signals. Let's see, S-I-G-N-A-L-S, signals, S-I-G-N-A-L-S, signals, as in, I would like it to be that I would be able to add animation, so add A-D-D, add animation, so A-N-I-M-A-T-I-O-N, add animation. That's the big one here, I'm thinking. As I really like the idea of, if a character's speaking, I want to have the ability to have the text box say, hey, this thing just happened, or this line 42 has just been read, do this thing now. I want to have a system that allows it to be flexible to allow it. So it's not like just a back and forth, but there's also other things going on. I think in the idea, the idea instrument and typing style devices are somewhat the same idea. One just makes noisemaker devices while the other uses typing devices. Yeah, I want a sound. I'm just not sure if it should be typing or instruments, but I do want a sound. And the only thing that comes to mind in typing sound for speaking, instruments for noises is like sighing your stuff. Sighing your stuff. We can always explore the speaking stuff later. The thing is that purple means that it is is a to be determined. A want, but not required. And also the first time to use household appliances for something musicy, and also not the first time to use household appliances for something musicy and rhythmy. I have heard a lot of different instruments before, which is why I think instruments, I haven't heard a lot of typing. That typing is a new idea. I haven't heard it before, which is why I'm almost inclined. Well, I'm not even, yeah, I'm almost inclined. I'm 50-50 at the moment right now. So I want signals because I want to have animations added or just other events to add events or something like that. So we'll also do on here, add animation or add add here, add, and then we'll do ENTS, add events. So I want to have a signal, I want to have a speaker, I want to have a way, and a way for it to be in a, do you know the guy who uses printers, electric toothbrushes to make songs? No, but I have seen someone do a lot of covers on a calculator. So I can say that much. I have seen the calculator videos before, and they have been great. Signal, speaker here. We also need a way to do, or yeah, we need to have a way for it to be easily customizable, rearrangeable. There needs to be an easy way to keep the data. So easy data management is what I'm going to put on here. Easy, E-A-S-Y, easy data, D-A-T-A, easy data management, M-A-N-A-G-E-G-E-M-E-N-T. And I think easy data management should be a requirement, as sometimes there's areas and there's cases, and ads already, my goodness, there's some places, and this is one reason why I've been using, not Java, I've been using, what's it called? Not script, I forget, JSON files. I've been using JSON files for all of my data because I think it's the easiest way to maintain things. For example, here, if I bring you into programming, what you should see is, if we were to do our own script, so just very quickly go here. Say, for example, we had a function and it was an array, or not function, but like an array. So like a var here of D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. Dialogue here, and it's an array, of, for example, here, strings. If it was maintained as a string or as a resource, how can we keep something here so it's not too bad on us? For example, is it a thing of we'd have to have a dialogue system like this, and then we just have it back and forth? Possibly. It could also be a thing of having these as different resources. How can we keep the data, and how can we make it easy to maintain? For example here, if it were listed like this for all of the character lines, it's going to be a thing of, if I want to change it, I'm going to have to do something like this. It's not too bad, but if we do have a lot of dialogue, swapping things around and removing things and then changing them about, it might be harder to do. So that's why I don't usually like keeping data management in Godot, and I use instead, what's it called? Google Sheets, and Jason, I've never heard of them, and send you the video for reference in Discord. Oh, thank you, Scott. I was about to say check. Hold on here, let me copy this guy here, an Old Town Road to Electrical Devices and Device Orchestra. Hold on here, let me copy this guy here. And let me close on this guy here, as I am curious. If I click on you here, oh no, I typed in something wrong entirely. Hold on, copy you here, and then we have click on you here, and then I can bring you all into the example here that Eska sent over in electric devices. Hold on here. We click on this super duper quickly, and I mute this guy here. You should be able to hear it. Hopefully it's not too loud. I see. Oh my, the thing is, I think having some sort of electrical sound would be good for like a technomancer. I like that idea. And I thought my PC blue screen, no worries at all, Paula, you're good, and welcome to stream, welcome. I like the idea of it. I think saving the more electrical sounds could be for like a technomancer. And hi, Brain, how about just Brain? I love the name there. Welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow. Thank you, and welcome in. What an interesting name, I can't say that much. I think, yeah, either because of the technical idea, or maybe the wizard is more old sounding, because I would like it, for example, for the typing sound to be its own sort of magic. So its own, what's it called? I would like it to be its own aspect. For example, how necromancers have the bitter aspect, and anytime you play it, it has the sound effect of fancy songs. I'd like it, I think, a little bit more if that keyboard sound was saved for those moments, or a wizard class that was based around that entirely. And what is this video? Hold on, what would you say? How to fix a cat. This is a video with a cat. It's how to fix a cat. There you go. Oh, my video is covering the little night now. That's they're about to start, so we'll let them run. And as they're running, we'll go back to here. You won't miss anything. You won't miss any planning. I won't write anything down. So we'll click on this guy here. And I'm not advocating for using this kind of device. Was just making a case for typing sounds. Yeah, the instrument. I see. So a keyboard, mechanical, or otherwise typewriters, the sound. I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let me click on you here and click on you here. With that said, Escan, I don't know if you're here past the ads as they're going on. The thing is, and what I would be concerned about is the fast noises. I guess it wouldn't be too hard to implement fast sound effects versus slow sound effects. Wouldn't be too bad to do. So I take it back. I think it is a-okay. We have instrument or typing, and I definitely know we won't be able to get into it today, but I'm putting it down here because I would love to have it at some point. It's like the what's it called? The icing on the cake, so to speak. Let me get a little bit of tea here as we're waiting for the ads to do their thing. And hi, Koopy Koopa. Welcome to stream. Welcome, and welcome back. I hope your insert time zone here has been wonderful so far. Let me get that tea. Tasty. Unfortunately, my tea is not warm. So let me turn on my tea heater. That way, it gets a little bit warm while we're thinking. So let's see. Speaker, signals, easy data management. That is something that's important. I would like it to be the case of you can have a character going back and forth. And truth be told, I think that's everything that this this dialogue system would need to have. A way to, or I guess there's other ways, like controls would be a thing. And will you stop the world when the dialogue is starting, like in Tiltrun? I mean, will each dialogue be a mini cutscene? Yes. Each dialogue will be a mini cutscene. That's where the signals come in with the add events, add animation. This will be a thing of, hey, this dialogue went off, do this thing. So either it's going to be a case of, it's going to be like that. That's what the signals come in at. The idea that maybe we want to have animations playing out, so the signals will go there. The signals will be, hey, pause this thing, do this thing here. That'll be exterior. But having a way to send signals is what's really important. But what signals that we're going to send, not sure yet, but having a system that will allow us to send in the first place, it will be super duper important, especially since we need to make sure our signals are compatible with our data management. How can we create signals in, for example, Google Docs, or in my case, since I use Google Sheets, how can I have a system that can send signals in Google Sheets, for example? And I did for that as well. Lovely. But that said, I'm thinking it won't be too bad. It'll be fun. I do love looking at a good data chart and a data sheet, and I have an idea of what the system will have to look like, which we'll talk a little bit more once the ad breaks are up. As I said before, we already have a small system already created, so I think just tweaking the current system that we have will be the best way to go about things, and adding a few things here and there. I definitely think, for example, the speaker is going to need to be a resource, and that way we can have different sprites and different assets or different attributes. Something like that, I think, will make things a lot easier to do. So I think speaker is going to have to be a resource, and then the signals and everything else is going to be something entirely different. But yeah, speaker will be a resource. I think that'll be our best bet. And let me get a little bit more tea here while we're waiting. And the thing as well with the dialogue system is that I don't think there will be a case where the game is running while the dialogue tree is running. As in, if you're in the cafe scene, if you're in-game, if the cafe and you're running around the cafe serving customers, I don't think a dialogue system or a dialogue tree is going to pop up. This dialogue system really is only needed for the tutorial, as well as a few cutscenes. That's really it. It doesn't really happen in-game. So I don't think we'll have to worry about that too much. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. You've missed not a thing. I was just thinking, I think everything that we need, at least at the moment, is here already. And I think our speaker is going to have to be a resource. So let me put up here, resource. That's a little bit of a weird looking R-E. Hold on, is it SC or C? I think it's S. S, re, and then source. So S-O. No, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. Hold on. R-E-S-O-U-R-C-E. R-E, let me see if I did it right. R-E-S-O-U-R-C-E. Resource, there we are. Resource. Yeah, R-E-S-O-U. Oh, I didn't spell it right. I just didn't have confidence, apparently. R-E-S-O-U-R-C-E. Resource. I think this guy would be a resource. And then I'm thinking at least that'll be a resource. I think the signals will be its own data sheet. So I think we're good to make those into JSON. So I'll put here a resource. This guy here is going to be a JSON, I think. So we'll make it into, hold on if I can. Yes, okay, lovely. This is going to be a JSON. So J-S-O-N, JSON. And this guy's also going to be a JSON. And there's one more thing now I'm thinking that will need to be important to do. Not too much, but I would like it. And it's the thing again of, It doesn't have to be, but I do like the idea of it. And we're going for overall flexibility and overall just once. What are things I think would be fun to have? I think another thing that would be nice to have is a way to have text animations. So we'll do here animation, so text animation. So here, text, T-E-X-T, text animation. So text, I guess text would be important, wouldn't it? Yeah, you know what? I'll just put on here text. Text is important. We have the speaker, so the kind of flavor, the style to speak, but we need to have a way for the text, which is Jason, I think. But I would like text to have, for example here, I'd like the idea of having animations, A-N-I-M-A-T-M-A-T-I-O-N, animation. I think that would be fun to do. So text animations, for example, how faster, that's another one too. Hold on, speed, before I forget. S-P-E-E-D, speed. And this is the thing too, where we could have the player have their own setting for if they want the text super fast or slow, or how fast. And oh, you know what? Another thing we have to do, hold on, A-N-I-M-A-T-I-O-N, animation, speed, and color. I think those things are going to be important for the text. Hold on, C-O-C-O-L-O-R, color here, color, there we go, color. Animation, speed, and color I think are good for text here. And then another thing that will be good to go are controls. Controls I think are important. So controls, C-O-N-C-O-N-T-R-O-L-S, controls. And the thing is, it's not required, but I am also going to add it on here. I would like a log system. Again, not important for a rhythm typing cafe game, but I'm going to put it on here because it's definitely not a need. So I'm going to put here a log system. There's been times where I've been playing a game before and I missed something and I want to go back. For example, we actually ran into it yesterday where I accidentally missed some dialogue and I couldn't go back to see what it was. So I had to close the game and reopen the game to find out what the dialogue was. So I think a log system would be pretty important, especially if you're doing something cutscene based. So a controls, a log system. I would also like a skip button. So skip, S-K-I-B, P, skip. And I would also like a continue button, C-O-N-C-O-N-T-I-N-I-N-T-I-N-U-E, continue, there we go. Continue can go right here. I think that's everything, if I'm not mistaken. And the controls will have to be its own thing. The text will definitely be a JSON. Controls, not too sure about that guy. We do have a few controls already, so we'll leave controls to be determined on what type of data it will be. But I think all in all, our system can be boiled down to this. We have a speaker, and the speaker will have a sprite as well as a speaking style. Maybe we can add other things, for example, text speed. Oh, yeah. Maybe the speaker has a certain speed that they do for certain things, but I think we can leave it out for now. But the speaker will have a sprite and a sound effect. Then we're going to need a way to send signals. So for example, hey, this character's speaking, have them play this animation, or this thing is doing this thing, do this thing instead. I like that idea of having that signal there. Another thing is that we want the data to be easy to manage. So can we remove something? Can we add something? How easy is it to tweak? I think that is important too, as well as the way we're storing text. How can we store the text? Should the text have attributes like animation, speed, and color? Are there ways we can modify it? Are there ways we can do certain things? How can we organize this information into something that's palpable? And then we have here controls. Important, not too important because I forgot about it, but I would like a log system, definitely not a thing to be concerned about now, and I would like a skip option. I think that is important for people who do want to skip things, and a continue option for people or for going next. I don't want things to happen automatically, but I would like it to be the case that if something's typing out, we can just press a button and we would skip it automatically. I think that would be important too for a whole system, and this is another reason why I can see as well why initially I had just initially it was just this system here because it was simple and it was what was needed, but we're going to have to expand on that idea for the game feel I want to go for, and also because of the inspiration recently done. With that said, I believe that is everything planned. So we have a plan. Now let's see about figuring out how to manage our dialogue data. So let me go back to here, and let me copy, as I don't think I did. Oh no, where did I put it at? Okay, I found it. We put up here, squiggly there, we can do a squiggly here, set the squiggly to be done, and do that there. Lovely, okay. With that said, let me go to our obsidian here. That way I don't forget. And the next step, now that we're done planning, the next step is to do, let's see, squiggly line task. Next step is to create our data. So create a data set. So create create data, create dialogue data structure, structure. Yes, create dialogue data structure. And then I'll put this here so that the task can be added onto the board. Alrighty then. So for this, shouldn't be too bad as I said before because we already kind of have something working. I can bring you into Obsidian here and I can show you how the current system works at the moment. We haven't even used it. So we made this temporarily to do eventually and now we're using the thing. And also, is it hard to see the words in the background because of the text in the back? Do let me know. It is a little bit hard to see on my screen, but maybe because the screen will be bigger for you. It's not too bad to see the chat at the bottom there. That said, what I can show you is in our spreadsheets here. If I click on this guy, you'll be able to notice in our, let's see, it's waiting up. We have our script list, yes, this here. This is how we're currently doing the system. Right now, there is an ID of the dialogue. Next up, we then have a dialogue set 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have line 1, line 2, line 3, and then line 4. This is how the data is being set up currently. But for what we want it a little bit more flexible. So what I'm going to do now is we are going to do a copy of this guy. And hi, cool gamer. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. I hope your intro times in here has been wonderful so far. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here, and then let me open up a PRF screen here so I can have our requirements and our hopes and dreams pulled up on the board here so they can't be crushed too easily. And let me add in our PRF here. So if I just very quickly grab our PRF, I should be able to copy you here. Where's my PRF guy here? Then go to here, click on you here, and then click on you here. Yep, should be good to go. And you should be able to see it now. There we are. And I'll drag this guy over here for now, temporarily. And did you like my profile pic? I can't quite see your profile pic from here. It looks like something orangey, possibly. It's a shame that YouTube doesn't let me see profile pictures quite well. If I click on this, does it let me see it a little bit more? Hold on, I can take a quick little check here. Let's see. I am looking here. There we are. Oh, it's a little fox creature. And I feel it as the Undertale background too. I do think it's adorable. Indeed. Let me click on this guy here and let me go back to this guy here. Lovely. So let's see. Let me close you for the moment, or actually I've expanded it, close you for the moment. These are our requirements right here. We have, and I can kind of slide this over here too since it's not needed on the other area there. So you can kind of see that there. There we are. So we're now on the same page and it's from Undertale Yellow. Oh, is it Saroba then? If I had to guess. That's the only fox character I can think of that's in like a white clothing. If I had to guess, probably Saroba. Let me go ahead and click on, let's see, Obsidian. There we are, lovely. And slide you over to here. Yes, indeedy, and then slide you over to here. So, let's see. I think, at least, the format we're going to have to use, and I'm going to create a new guy here too, just so that we can have an idea. And Girona. That'll remind me. I'm thinking, instead of having a dialogue list, either A, we're going to have them as separate sheets, which I don't like the idea of. But I'm thinking at least, right? Instead of having all of the dialogue on one paper, maybe we have to spread it out into multiple sheets. That is the way to do it, but let's just put stuff down for now. It can also be Konako or Chujin, or the daughter and the husband. The look of the character, at least it was one character, and she had like orangey fur and a white robe. So if I had to guess, though, I could certainly be wrong. And Saroba's my favorite Undertale Yellow character. I see, I got it right then. How lovely. I do want to go back to Undertale Yellow at some point. That would be lovely to do. Let me go ahead and let's write these guys out. So we know for certain we're going to need a speaker. So speaker here, that's not how you spell speaker, S-P-E-A-K-E-R. Is there a way I can zoom into here? No, unfortunately. There's no way that I can really zoom. So hopefully you can see it. What I can do is I can possibly make this guy a little bit easier to see. Something like that there should be easier to see. There you go. And I love her character arc. I haven't seen much of it, but from what I did see, I did enjoy it. I only played the pacifist route, so no spoilers here, but I did enjoy it for what it was. So let's see. How can we do this exactly? I'm definitely thinking instead it's going to have to be a top-down thing. So each line here is going to have to be something different, possibly. We could also make it left or right. That's another thing too. I don't know what we do though. So we have a speaker here, definitely a thing we need to have. We also need to know about the emotion. So E-M-O-T-I-O-N, emotion. And I think the emotion will be whatever the sound is, so that'll we don't have to add like another sound guy, but we're going to need a speaker, we're going to need an emotion, we are also going to need a line, possibly, maybe a line number, maybe an ID is going to be needed, possibly ID, we'll just add that on there. And another thing is, yeah, okay, I think these are the things that we're going to need. So if I had to guess, this is going to be, for example, here, and then we have the line and ID. So we could do instead, I think, drag this guy over. And what I'm thinking is, let's see. Oh, never mind. Guess we'll do the line here. So line would go here, line would go here, and that would be the ID, and then the speaker, emotion, and the line. So what I'm thinking is a structure like this, and then it'll be the ID of 0 will be the line number, but I don't even know if we have to have the ID, but that is there. The speaker here, for example, would be Gabby. Gabby would be the speaker, and then we would have an emotion, say happy. Happy would be the emotion, and then she would say something like hello. She wouldn't really yeah, let's just do hello would be the line. That would be one singular line that would play. And then we would have to have the next line, which would, for example, here be maybe number 2. Maybe it's now neutral. So we would do here neutral, N-E-U-T-R-A-L, neutral. And maybe it's like meh. There we go. Something like that, I think. And then this is where the spider would have their own dialogue. So we would say here, if I go down here, we'd have the spooder, S-P-O-O-D-E-R. And then we'll have here maybe something like I am spooder. So I am spooder, S-P-O-O-D-E-R. I am spooder. And then this will also be neutral. I think something like this would work out for a dialogue system. And in neutral, only the Steam works. The late game are changes. Oh, interesting. I don't know if I'd ever go back to neutral, but I definitely would want to watch a playthrough of everything. Let me get a little bit of tea here. Area. I see. Got ya. I think this here, in neutral, only the Steam work area changes. Oh, the late game area. Got ya. Okay. In neutral, only the Steam work area changes. Got ya. I think late game area changes. That does make sense. I think something like this might be worth it to do instead. And then, right, if I do want to change something around, what I'd be able to do is just slide this guy up here. We would be able to remove the ID. So again, is the ID important for the line? I don't know. I think we could just do a line number, truth be told. So I'm thinking speaker, emotion, line. That is the idea. And the final boss is so worth it. I'm never good at boss battles. You saw what I did for a mini boss battle. Oh my. I think, oh, right, speaker, emotion, line, and then also signal. So do we do the signal before or after? I do like the idea of doing speaker, emotion, line, and then signal here. So a signal here, S-I-G-N-A-L. And what I'm thinking is we could have a signal here and it would be a thing of like none. So it could just be left blank. So like N/A. So a none signal would be a signal. And then maybe here we have the spider do a wave spider arms. Wave spider arms. There we go. Something like wave spider arms would be the signal. Something like that, I think could work out well. And I lost 11 hours of berry yesterday. Hi, Venus. Welcome in a dangerous game. Well, I hope you did enjoy it. I think we have a signal here. And then what's it called when you insert something into a function? An argument. It would be signal argument. And it's one of those you respond in the fight, but with some progress lost. Kind of sort of like Flowey then, if I had to guess, like an Omega Flowey boss fight, how you get, there's certain points when you get saved. Or I guess no, he just watches you. And let me click on here, there we go. And if I click on back you here as I tab for a second, fortunately, okay. Signal and then an argument, A-R-G-U-M-E-N-T. Signal and then an argument. For example here, if we needed to say send text or something, so like send text, so send text. Maybe we want to have the text send an argument, so like a here, and maybe the text is the lol. And then I think something like this. Speaker, emotion, line, signal, argument. I think that can work out well. And the only thing I can think of that would be outwards, I do think, but I think this is good enough. We have the speaker, we have what emotion they need to do. The sound effects will be based around the emotions. We don't have to worry about that. And what's the game about? It's funky, dangerous game. And I do this, so lovely. We have signals, so it'll be an animation or event or anything if it does include an argument. We also have on here our easy data management. I do see this as easy because again, if need be, I want to change something, I could always just do that there and that moves the line up. So I think that makes it handy. It allows me to do like Control F, or we could do different colors here. So there's a way to change colors and everything. So I think this too makes it easy to maintain. Our controls, our log, our skip, continue. I think that too can be managed there. So I think this, all in all, would be the way we would want to do our data. Now, the best part about Google Sheets and why I like doing it here instead of in Godot is also because we can do something a little like, hold on, like this, where you can start color coding, color sorting, and it makes it a little bit easier to see things. And if you're doing enums or strings, maybe you want to change it, and it makes it easier to do that as well. This is why I choose Google Sheets over something like Godot. And to hold my data, there are plugins that exist out there. I haven't seen too many, and the ones I did try, I couldn't quite get. So I just stuck to what I knew, which was one time taking a class on data resource management and learning about different things and how to make, for example, a financial charts was one time. Let's see. With that said, yes, I think this works. What we're going to need to do then is to make a way to gather all of this information and then play it. And as I said before, we already kind of do have a script list that plays. For example, we have play next line, play next line, play next line. So we'll be able to take the logic behind our old system and hopefully update it to our new system. So let's go ahead then and see about doing, we'll go ahead and rename this guy here. This is going to be our new script. Yeah, it's going to be new, or yeah, let's call it our new script, S-C-R-I-P-T, new script here. Let's clean up just a little bit. We won't have to add any colors just yet, but look, this is supposed to be the test idea. We have a send argument, we have here send text, that should be good to go. Next up, what we will want to do is we would want to add, or we can make it a little bit fancy. For example, here what we can do is have this guy here. We can then, for example, make it borders, and you could do, there's a lot of ways you can make this easier to read, for example. Maybe make it look like, let's see, it's something like, there's none, and then there's this option here for like a cross. That's an option too. Or you can make it only this line here. I do like that option as well, but I kind of like this here. You can even change the colors, which is another thing too. And for someone who enjoys visual things, this is another reason why I do enjoy it. Another thing we could do as well is, for example, here we could do format. Then we could do alternating colors here. So alternating colors and alternative colors. Then you can also change the colors here. Maybe you want to go, since it's a Necrotype Cafe, maybe we make the colors green instead. We could also go for like a blue, but green, I think I like the color of green. So that works too here. And then, for example, here as well, we can make it even nicer to look at. So I can make the text here. Let's keep the text that we have. We can then make this guy here bigger. So we can make these guys, for example, all white. So I might do the color of white here, something like that. And then we might make them bigger. So let's see if I can make this guy bigger. And then I would want to also make the center. So let's see, can I center you? I can. I would center this guy then here too. And it makes it hopefully a little bit easier to read. We can also slide these guys over if ever need be. And this format will just be copied and pasted for anything else we do. So I'm thinking speaker, emotion, line, signal, argument would be the best way to go about things. And we'll just take in whatever data is given to us here. And I'm wondering as well, do we want to make this center or non-center? I think center could work. I do enjoy center a little bit more. And the last thing I would want to do before seeing about implementing it into the system is I want to make sure that these guys here, these guys are going to be our enums. Enum. Those three are enums, so we need to make sure that the enums are done properly. In this case here, I think our signals, it's okay to leave them as default because we'll be able to just delete signals or add signals. These are very specific signals, so anytime we want something very specific to happen, we would have to make a new signal, which I don't think would be too hard. We'd be able to just say, hey, this is the place that exists for dialogue signals. So dialogue signal.send text, dialogue signal.wave spider arms. Something like that, I don't think would be too hard to keep track of if we have it in one exact spot. Lines would be easy to keep track of because they're just strings. Emotion though, that's something different. What we can do here is insert, and we're going to insert a drop down here, and then we're going to add the option for neutral, N-E-U-T-R-A-L, neutral, and then let's also add the option for happy. So neutral and happy. Let's make happy yellow, possibly, is a thing we can do, and then we can just say done here. And the idea is, let's see. Oh, yeah. And I'm wondering as well, is there a way to do a default? I don't believe so. So that's okay. And we would just remove this guy here. So happy, neutral, neutral. Then let's see about dragging this guy up here. So you are now happy, neutral, neutral. We just drag this guy down. And now, 100% we know, happy, neutral, neutral. It allows us to see, oh, hold on, neutral. And another thing I would want to do very quickly as well is, since these are going to be enums, let's make sure the capital S, you can't see it as well. Hold on, let me make this guy a little bit smaller here. That way you can see it. And sounds like the emotional damage. N-E-U-T-R-A-L. And we'll do happy here. H-A-P-P-Y. There we go, happy. By default, neutral. I think that's how you spell neutral, right? N-E-U-T-R-A-L, N-E-U-T-R-A-L. Neutral, yep, that's how you spell neutral. So neutral, happy, these are going to be enums, apply to all, there we go. And, what? Hold on, neutral, interesting, slide you over a little bit more. Neutral, and then happy, so let's see, happy, neutral, happy, how about that? Happy, neutral, happy, there we go, something like that. And with that said, another thing we can do, or rather, meh would be neutral, wouldn't it? So something like that. I thought the same when I heard her say emotion. It might have been playing in the back of my mind while I was speaking it. Another thing here is that we can change the speaker colors. I think having the speakers as their own enum as well would be a great idea to do, because the speaker then would be the resource. So we'll grab whatever is linked to it. And 8 consecutive streams, my goodness! Congratulations, Cats on Keyboard. Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, have you considered fire arson? No, arson bad. Arson very bad. Not good for the health. 0 out of 10 would not recommend at all. We'll make it here, Gabby. We could also do Gabby here and Barson. Hydration sure can't do it. Let me get a little bit of tea here then. Tasty days and Gerson. Now, the question is, do we want to make the speaker player or Gabby? Her name is Gabrielle, or is it Gabriella? I've been calling her Gabby for so long. Let's just go Gabby. I think Gabby's the easiest way to do it. And then we also have here Spider. So we'll do Spider, S-P-I-D-E-R. Spider, I think we can make the color of red, possibly. There's also the fact that you can just customize this so much. I like the idea of going like a dark purple for like a spider here. So like a dark purple here for Spider. I like the idea of going, and then for Gabby, since it is technically necromancy, the necromancy colors, or I do enjoy using Gabby as like a warm green, something up here I enjoy the look of, so we'll go for this guy here. So Gabby will be green, Spider will be blue, purple, and Gabri. That's a good one. Gabri instead, how easy. We'll go ahead and click on done here. And then what we should be able to see is Gabby, Spooter, Gabby. So we'll just go ahead and grab this. And oh, that's a shame. Hold on. Is there a way we can change the words so that they're different? Customize here. Yeah, text. Make the text white instead. That'll be way easier to tell. Yep, and then click on hue here. Okay. Okay. And then we can grab these guys. So Gabby, Spooter, Gabby. We'll go ahead and just drag this guy, if it lets me, up here. So if I grab you, go up here, Gabby, Spooter, Gabby. You then just drag these guys here. And we do Gabby, Spooter, Gabby, like that. Gabby, Spooter, Gabby. And the hope is that by using these drop downs, it also keeps our data intact. The only way we can miss something is signal and argument. I'm okay with that not having a failsafe, but having these guys here as failsafe, I think is important because it would allow us to also put in things easier, and it will also allow us to see things at a glance, what color is what. So for example here, I can definitely tell that this is Spider, and if I ever want to change who does what, I can also just click on the drop down and it gives me all the character or all the available options, which I think is also pretty handy. So let's see, speaker, emotion, line, signal, argument, and then having the Gabby, emotion, line, signal. I think that works out well. And I'm wondering as well, do we want to make it so that the signal here, do we want to say it's empty to have no signal, or do we want to do none? I kind of like the idea of having it empty. I think that can work out well. I'm going to commit arson. Thank you. No arson here. Oh, what a bad influence indeed. Let me get some, again, I guess, considering it's a cat sat on keyboard, already we're kind of beyond devious, so to speak. Let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty. And with that said, hi, Chapel, speaking of arson. Welcome in the stream, welcome in. Oh my, now we need to implement the data. Now that the data is readable, hold on, if I go back to here, yes, so we have created a dialogue data structure. Now we need to implement it. So let me go ahead and do squiggle on here, and hold if it lets me. We need to do squiggle on here, we need to do done, space here. So that guy's done. Next up is to create to implement it. So IMPLEMENT. Implement dialogue data structure. That's the next step. And let me go ahead and do this guy here. So task, implement dialogue data structure. That is on the board now. Alrighty then, so we now have our data, we have the idea of what we're going for. Now we need a way to control it, and we're committing arson? No, not at all! You walked in on the moment I said no to arson. Very big N-O. Very no. And I love when the Spooter Necrotype Cafe said, I am Spooter Necrotype Cafe, and I'm a familiar of Gabby Necrotype Cafe trademark. Such a cool, no, you know what? Check, let me go ahead and just do this. I can definitely do this because it would be flexible to do. I could just, for example, here do a duplicate. So let's see, duplicate, does it let me duplicate a row? Interesting. I would think it would let you duplicate it. I guess not. Insert row below. Interesting. And then if I duplicate this guy here, interesting. Duplicate. Aha. I don't know the hotkeys, but I would just be able to go down here, have the spider, we have it set to happy, and then, oh, also, we don't have to do, what is it called? We don't have to have it say the quotation marks. I think having the quotation marks on their own, oh, you know what I just realized? What if we want to have the ability? It's going to need to have BB code enabled, I think. Possibly, maybe, we'd have to see. But colors, how can we choose the line's colors? I think emotion will definitely play a part, and this is a case where having different colors and different emotions, different things like that can be done depending on the speaker and the emotion. So I don't think it's something to worry about. It's something I would like to have. But Skits and Gabby, oh boy! And then we have little winged spider arms here, and I am Scooter, and I am a familiar Necrotype Cafe. There we are. I think this is like a little back and forth here. With that said, now we need to download the script and transform it into our JSON. I was about to say Java. So let me hide this guy for a quick second here. Let me go ahead and download that file. So we downloaded it, and we're going to download it into a CSV file. So comma separated value. Let me go ahead then and do new script on here. New underscore script, or new script, I think it's fine. New script SCR. Yeah, I guess I do new underscore SCRIPT. New script here. And then what I want to do is, if it lets me, I want to open up this guy here just so we can see it all together. And I don't know where you got that from. And I love the moment in the game where Sarah Undertales goes, you're pretty good at necrotyping, Gabby. Oh boy. Let me go ahead then and choose our file here. Let me go to our download and our new script here. Click on that guy there. Lovely, lovely. Okay, and I can enable this guy here so you can see it too. So this guy is our comma separated value, and we're trying to convert it into JSONs. The idea is that you would download the sheets from Google Sheets, you would run it through this guy here or any other two JSON, and when we convert it, we get something like this, which is easier to read and has a different formatting instead. So you would then see the speaker, you'd have the emotion, the line, signal, and argument. And for example, this game or this script would be a total, and I think this works here. Yeah, we can either do it array, or there's also hash we can do, which if I convert this here, something like this. And yeah, why is it like that? I wonder. And it's yeah, sure can do. And also, why are the redeem noises so quiet? Are they quiet? Hold on, I can definitely increase the redeem noise sound. I can do this here. There we go. Hopefully, or no, that's notifications here. Hold your horses. If I do that there, and then I go for, let's see, a notification on no audio. It'd be an audio here. Yep. And, oh, no, it would not be an audio. Oh, I might have to modify this a little bit later, and very quiet. How odd. Hold on. We have you there, we have you there. We do that there, and then if I do redeem there, and I do filter on you here, we do gain. Okay. I will up the gain by like 2. Or no, 4. So let's see. A total of 4 plus 4 in gain. Let's see how well that works. There we go. Hopefully
the underscore Whitechapel
hi,
just
beauty.
redeemed posture check.
Look him in. How's that? Was that louder or was that worser? In your ears? Let me go ahead and do that straight. Let's go to the right here a little bit. And then let's go to the left here a little bit. And then let's go back here a little bit. And then we'll want to go front here a little bit. And welcome to stream, Rudy. Welcome in. There we are. And posture shift can do as well. No, he's just kind of there. He's everywhere. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who are you gonna call? Sans. Let me go ahead and do you here, and we'll do convert. So I think this guy here, and make that 200 over medically recommended sounds loudness. Oh no, it's too loud. Let me make that guy go down a little bit more. There we go. Hopefully that works. And can I even redeem my own redeems? Does it work that way? Can I do a redeem, or it doesn't let me because I'm too rich to do it? I have all the points, therefore I have no points. And no, it was fine. I see. All right then, good. That's good to hear. That's great to hear even. In that case, I'm now going to download our JSON, and we'll pull this into the game itself. And then we'll now have to make a system that can parse this data to understand it and think, yes, I know who these things are or what these things are. So go ahead and I'll click on download, and I'll bring you into programming so we can go through it a little bit more. So let me go ahead and get a little bit of tea here as wing. Tasty. And with that all said and done, I click on download here. We'll get our new script. And this is where we can kind of modify things. So new script, there's new script list, but we're actually just going to need new script here. Yeah, new script will save you to be there. It should download. And now that we're in here, let's see. Is there a script option or a script area in Godot already? SCRIPT. There we go, script. I should have a folder, at least I would hope, of like scripts. We have data, we have script data, but there's not a script. Interesting. Okay, well, we can make our own system then, or our own area. You can see here if I collapse everything, we have cafe, common, and kitchen. Oh, you can't see it, hold on. As I say, you can see it. Nope, you can't. Okay, so cafe, common, kitchen. I'm thinking we put it in common, our dialogue options. So I'm going to create a new folder here, and we're going to call it dialogue. Oh boy, dialogue, dialogue. And now that she realized she can collect the points, she's gonna start taxing our points. I always have the ability to raise the points check, but I don't because I am a merciful ruler. You can't say I didn't give you nothing. Oh my, let me remove this here, set this guy here. Dialogue, folder name is valid. There we are. So we create a dialogue folder. Now, the colors, usually it's the idea, or I have the idea of where pink means that it is a sound or something, or yeah, yellow means that it's visual, pink means that it can be a sound, or yeah, pink means UI, and then orange means sound. So pink is a visual, this is art, and then this guy here, orange, is for sound. So I'm thinking maybe we'll make the dialogue a different color. Maybe we get a little bit creative. Maybe we go for the color of, let's see. There's blue, there's red, there's orange, there's yellow, there's green, there's blue, there's purple and gray. Pink, purple, gray. Maybe we go for blue. We could go for teal. Teal hasn't been used. Teal. I like teal. So we'll set a dialogue area here, and then we'll call this guy here our script file. So our script folder, rather. SCRIPTS. Scripts here. So our script folder will go in here, and let me go ahead and drag and drop you into your script folder. So we'll go into our download guy here. I should be able then to grab our JSON guy here, and I'll drag and drop it into Godot here, like so. And we get this. And you can see now that our new script JSON has all of our scripts. So now we need to create a system, create a way to parse all of this data. Again, which shouldn't be too hard since we did make one already. And folder, I hardly know her. Oh my. So I think what we're going to have to do is create a new folder. And I'm also going to call this folder, well not also, but I'm going to call this folder our actor folder. So ACTOR, actor folder. It's either going to be the profile folder or our actor profile, or actor folder. I do like the idea of having the actor Gabby, actor spider versus Abby Gabby profile Gabby spider. I think actor works out a little bit more. And then we're also going to create a new, and this is going to be a script here, a resource rather. I think we can just create a resource on its own, make it its own resource thing here. And we're going to call our actor resource, so ACTOR, actor resource. And I think if we click on save on here, does that do it? It does not do it. Hold on, delete. Delete here, and we're going to have to make our own. That's okay. I haven't made a resource in forever, actually. So this is fun. We'll do create new, we'll create a script here, and then we're going to call it here our actor script. So ACTOR, actor here, it inherits nothing, I believe. So then it's going to be a thing of extends resource. So resource here, and then it's going to be class names, class underscore name here. It's going to be actor class, something like that there, I think can work. Now my question is, and I don't remember, so let's just do a quick check here. I can see about resources. What are areas where I use a resource? Let's see, resource. Resource would be .tres, I think, .tres. We have our many manager. Oh, I can do customer profile. Customer profile would be a resource, I believe. So customer profile here, customer tab, customer page, yeah. But I'm looking for profile. I believe this, yes. So you do resource, and then you do class name here. Lovely, okay, well then. Let's go ahead and let's close these guys here firstly. Close all of these guys here because we don't need them. They're not needed for today's mission here. I'm going to close everything, actually. Everything can be closed. And then we'll go back here and we'll do our, let's see, our customer underscore profile here, which is our resource reference. And then we'll also do here an actor. So we'll grab our actor GD here. And then we can also see our other guy here, so our new script as well. So these guys here, I think we're also going to need our dialogue guy. So dialogue script here, our symbol classes, which is dialogue manager here. So this guy here, we're also going to need our dialogue, our dialogue manager here, that's in the cafe, which I'm going to change instead. So this dialogue manager, I think, is responsible for parsing everything. Yeah, it parses, I believe. And we have here script to all of these guys here, utility.dialogue-manager.initialize. Yep. And do we have a parser? P-A-R-S-E-R. Parsers are usually what I use to read the data of our JSON. So all of these guys deal with translating the JSON into information that Godot can use. In our case, we have a script parser, which just grabs the script. However, because we're making a new script style, we're going to need to modify the script parser since it won't be able to parse the data that we're looking for specifically now. So we're going to need, yeah, a script parser, I think, and the script parser is going to go somewhere else, I think, as well as this is kitchen and customer flavor profile, but somewhere else, I think, would be a better use of our time. That said, what we're going to do is close this guy here, go back into our common, and we should see our little dialogue guy here, and we'll be able to do things here. So what we'll need to do first, I think, is to make a new script parser, but before that, we can go ahead and just do our actor. So extends resource class name actor. for this guy here, and let me also pull up our PRF so we can also see it in detail here, and I'll pull up PRF screen on here so you can see it too. These are our requirements. We need to have a speaker, so we need to have the name, or the type rather, I think is a little bit better to do. So what I'm thinking is at least we need a way to connect them, and I'm thinking enums. Enums are my favorite way to do it. So I'm thinking at least we can do a type and something of that sort, either a type to resource or type to something else. I do like the idea of doing a type here, but we can also do a type somewhere else. So for example here, I'm thinking at least we have our actor. Our actor will then have a name, so we can do @export var, @export var, and we would have a string here, and we can say the string is the name, so string equals name, or string, hold on, export var, name, and then string. There we are, string. And the string is going to equal, for now, n/a, because name hasn't been added yet. And then I think as well, we can do actor emotions. I do like the idea of that. So we're going to do an enum here, and we're going to do emotion, emotion here. And then we're going to do enum emotion, and I think we can have none, neutral, 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 and then we also have here happy, so happy. Happy would go here as well. So I'm thinking actor.emotion. I like the idea of, instead of like dialogue.emotion, actor.emotion. I think I like that idea way better. We also have on here then, and this is where I'm not too sure. How can we do sprite to emotion? If we want to show the happy emotion, if we want to show the sad emotion, how can we kind of link those guys up? What I'm thinking at least is we can have either some sort of way to check these sprites in like a dictionary. So we can do a dictionary for our emotions, or do we want to have a different tab with something else? I kind of like the idea of doing a dictionary of emotions instead. I think that would work out way better. So what I'm thinking is at least we have an @export var for our sprite. So we would do here, for example, here @export var sprite, and our sprite is going to be an advanced sprite. So advanced sprite here is my custom it's a custom sprite I use instead. So we have a var sprite, advanced sprite, and let's see, node export. I forgot. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, never mind. You can't use a node in a resource. That is a shame. Okay, how can we do it instead then? @export var sprite, advanced sprite. That doesn't work, unfortunately. I would have liked it, for example, if we could have connected this resource to, for example, if we wanted Gabby here, so if I just go for player here, I would have liked it if we could have just connected the sprite that way, because she has a sprite. It's not the sprite we would use, but if I could just connect a sprite to the resource, but there's no way to do it. Let me see. Is there a way people have invented, possibly? Godot for attach node to resource, resource. Godot for attach node to resource. Is there a way to do it? Resources do not live in the scene tree, so you attach them to nodes. It's still proprietary, so preload. Yeah, and to do that, I want to do like an @export var, and let's say function ready if that there load. I see. Okay, declare the resource property. Yeah, but what I would want to do is to have a node load a resource. So let's see, Godot for can you keep nodes in resources? There we are. Can you keep nodes in resources? That's what I would want to do. And you cannot directly store a live runtime instances of nodes inside of resource, because nodes are designed to belong to active scenes and resources aren't active. So what you can do is store data in a custom resource. Instead of keeping a node in a resource, you could convert your node's data storage into a custom resource. The resource acts purely as a data container. I guess what we could do is define your data with export. Maybe what we can do is do @export. Oh, you could do a packed scene. Oh, I like the way you think. Okay, you know what? I do like that idea. I think we'll go for that. So what we can do instead of doing our advanced sprite here, we can say sprite is a packed scene. So a packed scene here, P-A-C-K-E-D. So packed, P-A-C-K-E-D, packed scene here. And a packed scene, I'm going to guess, is whatever we would drag and drop it into. So we have our sprite here, which is a packed scene, and our sprite is going to be able to do other things. So I'm thinking sprite packed scene, and let me see about here. Let's see. Anything else we can do template instance? Nah. I think this will work out fine. We can do @export var for sprite, and then a name, and our sprite will be able to load. So we'll do like a file or a sort of function to say like load sprite, I think would be good. So let's see here. We'll do a function here. And I would like to do a function for load sprite. So function here, and we'll say load sprite, load_sprite, S-P-R-I-T-E. And when this load sprite function is ran, we'll check to see if all of the emotions have been added. If the emotions have not been added, then we're going to do none, or like a neutral emotion, just an NA, since it has not been added yet. So what I'm thinking is at least we'll have a function for load sprite. And what we're going to do, what we're going to check for is path here. And I was actually willing to go to our advanced sprites for a quick second here, advanced sprite. And in our advanced sprite scene, this is where I keep all of my additional sprites if I want to have animations play or something else. They play here. So what I'm going to do is not also do spider here, we're also going to do emotion, emotion here. And then I'm going to do here, type to true value. It's going to be type dot emotion, emotion. It's going to be type emotion to actually actor dot emotion here, something like that. That way it'll know what is what in our advanced sprite, and what it's going to check for is the different emotion. So we can see here has sprite or other things. So what I'm thinking is at least we'll check to see what the sprite is, and then we can set the icon to all of those things here. So we have has sprite here set icon. We don't have to do that right now. We're just checking to see if we can load the sprites. So I'm going to go back to our actor here, and under load sprite, what we're going to do is say if sprite is, and then we can say if sprite is advanced sprite, and then we'll do return, and then we'll say if it's not, return. So if it's not an advanced sprite, return. Otherwise, and it's pressing the pack scene, so it can't be advanced sprite. Oof. Okay. How can we do that? And we'll do that there. I would want to do some sort of something. I don't know how you would do it. I guess it makes sense that the advanced sprite would not be able to. I kind of get it. I think I do. Because it's the idea that a resource is information. Oh, no, I don't get it. Because we can do an @export var sprite, for example. I think, possibly, hold on, let me just double check here. I think I can do @export var and then do like a packed image, like an image here, texture 2D, something like that, 2D. And let's see, cannot use symbol export animation with annotation without variable initializer since it can't be inferred. Export var texture, and then we have texture here. So texture, you'd be able to do texture 2D. That's possible, but you can't export the, that's tricky. I wonder if there's a way around that, because I definitely don't like that. The fact that texture 2D can be loaded because it's a texture. And the idea here is at least that I would be able to do a create new resource, and then we would make an actor resource. So if I click on this guy, when we create our actor resource, and this is our actor underscore test underscore resource, what you can see is that we have here our sprite, which is empty, and our texture, which is empty. My hope was to drag and drop our advanced sprite into this guy, but I don't think it's possible. So what I think we'll have to do instead, likely, is see about importing the resource. No, I don't like that either. How can we do it? In our customer, for example, so if I go into our necromancer here, necromancer profile, this guy here is a resource, and it imports into it. So let's see here, our house, our image, our colors, so all the things associated with it. But our actual necromancer, so our necromancer profile here, if I do necromancer, necromancer profile here, this guy, oh, not that guy, this guy right here, it's its own sprite. And this sprite gets loaded depending on different things. So I'm guessing maybe what we'll have to do is check the type of the actor, but I don't like that either quite. But I think that might work out a little bit better, and it'll spawn different things depending on the type. Maybe that'll work, possibly, instead. So maybe we do here @export var texture, @export var type, possibly. But then, right, we run into the issue of name, type, name. I guess we could say that the name and the type is like a, what's it called? We could do it as its own enum, maybe, instead of a string. That could possibly work, and then we'll just save the file somewhere else, so it'll load it depending on what type it is, and the type is the name. So actor name is blank. I guess that could work. I guess that would work out better. So instead of a name here, what we're going to do instead is do enum here, and we're going to do name, and the name then is going to be none, and then we have here, it's going to be, oh, hold on, actually, that there. Then we do this here, name is none, name is then Gabby, so Gabby would go here, and the name here we have as the spider. There we go, name none Gabby spider. My only issue with this, excuse me, is that if we wanted to have, because we can do like case calling, I think it's called case, yeah, capital case, camel case, where it would be up and down, as in, if I wanted to do the name of Spider, for example, if I wanted to have the name written like that, the system wouldn't allow it. I don't think I would want to do this at all, but it's just something to think about in terms of flexibility, but I think it's okay for now. So we do it @export var here, name, and instead of name here, this is where we would do instead the name here, and it's going to be an enum of name. So name, and then we're going to equal it to whatever the name is. So name.none. And then we'll just take that as a type, I think. I think that'll work out a little bit better. And we'll do function, load sprite, all of these guys here. I think that'll be fine. So we have the speaker, we have the emotive sprite, and this is also where we would add in the sound effects. But since we're skipping that for now, we won't need it. So I'm just going to remove this guy here, save it here. And now we have an hello, Farrell's Nick, maybe Farrell's Nick, possibly. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong with the name. I do tend to get names incorrectly, so it wouldn't be the first time, or is it going to be the last time? But I'll do my best if you do clear it up for me. I think emotion, name. So we have name, we have sprite, and texture. We don't need that, truth be told. We just need to know the name, sprite, and I guess we could do at export var current emotion, possibly at export var current underscore emotion. Something like that can maybe work, and then we'll do emotion here, emotion, and then we'll set the emotion equal to emotion.none. Something like that, I think, would be our best bet for our actor resource. That takes care of our emotive sprite and as well as the speaker, so this will let us know what is what. And I'm thinking at least this is going to have to be temporary. And then this is where it gets a little bit finicky. And where I'm wondering as well, maybe we'll just have our sprite load all of the dialogue options in the game when you load it. That might work out a little bit better. Yeah, you know what? I like that idea a lot better, I think. Okay, so we have here, if we collapse all of these guys, we have our common guy here, and then we have our dialogue. And what I want to do in our dialogue now is I want to have a dialogue manager. I believe we already have a dialogue manager. Yes, but this is the old dialogue manager. And words per minute! welcome in! Indeed, as long as I'm excited about something, I can talk about it for a good old second here. I'm going to rename this, and I'm going to call it old dialogue manager. So old dialogue manager. I believe that should work out fine. Our dialogue manager here, though, is a different guy. So I actually do have to do like because this dialogue manager here is a global. We don't need a global anymore for our dialogue manager. I don't know how much of this is going to break, but we do have a backup, so you know what? If it does break, it breaks, and we can deal with the consequences of our actions. Maybe. And then what I'm going to do is do D-I-A-L-O-U-G-E, the D-I-A-L-O-U-L-O-U-G-E, right? I think that's how you spell dialogue, D-I-A-L-O-U-G-E, and then we'll do M-A-N-A-G-E-R, and what I wanted to do was do Control-Shift-F to see if it appears anywhere else. Are we calling this guy anywhere else? Nope, it doesn't seem to be the case. So I think we're okay to just not worry about the consequences of our actions for now, at least. So we won't do that. And what I'm thinking is at least we have an old dialogue manager here, and what I want to do is I also want to grab our dialogue here, and instead we're going to do a dialogue manager here instead. So I want to do here D-I-A-L-O-U-G-E, L-O-U-G-E, I believe, right? D-I-A-L-O-U-G-E, dialogue underscore M-A-N-A-G-E-R, dialogue manager. This guy is going to manage our dialogue, and it's going to be called a class underscore name, and it's also going to get its own scene too. So that's why I'm thinking maybe this is for the best, because we only ever have one dialogue manager. This guy handles everything, so I think it's okay. So we'll do a class name here. We'll do hold on. How do you spell dialogue again? D-I-L-O-U-G-E, or is it D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E? D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. Dialogue like that. And then M-A-N-A-G-E-R. Right. D-I-A... That's... you know, I've been worried about spelling. That's not even close. Oh, so hold on. Let me rename it here. And no, not at all. Duologue. Hold on. Okay. So D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. There we go. Dialogue like that. D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. Okay. It's just one of those words sometimes where I'm not too sure. But the good news is that the more I type it, hopefully the easier it'll get for me to know. And another thing I'd like to do is I'm going to add a scene here for our dialogue manager. Our dialogue, not dialogue. Oh boy. We'll go here and then we'll add in a scene. And this scene is going to be a user interface scene. And this scene here, now, I do like the idea of just calling this dialogue manager. I do like calling it maybe our dialogue box. I like that a lot more. Dialogue manager GD and our dialogue box, but I think it's okay to just do it as a seed and call it dialogue manager. So we're going to do that. We can always change the names. The names are temporary. The memory, also not eternal, but the hope and spirit is eternal. So we'll do D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, and then we'll call this scene manager dialogue. Actually, you have to be lowercase, don't you? Hold on. D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, dialogue underscore M-A-N-A-G-E-R. Dialogue manager scene. There we are. We'll make it, and now it's its own scene here. in our dialogue manager scene, we have this guy here for now, temporarily, but this guy here is just going to be our node. So it's going to be where we keep everything. And truth be told as well, we can make sure that you are full and set to fill and everything as expand and expand. You should be the entire screen. So we'll save you to be that there. And then we can go ahead and just drag and drop this guy. So now dialogue manager exists in dialogue manager. So when this guy opens up and it runs everything. And I'm thinking here at least, having all of the actor sprites pulled up is better than having it load and unload. So I'm thinking we make it its own scene, its own guy, and then we can just put it on the game. I think that'll work, and we gotta die that log. Or we gotta die a log. Oh my. We'll make a note here. We'll call it then our actor. So this guy here will be our actor. So ACTOR actor list here. And then this is where we would add in our advanced sprites. So for example here, this is our advanced sprite, and this would be our advanced sprite, and this would be our Gabby sprite. So we would call it here, let's see, how can we lower it? Would it be advanced sprite Gabby? Gabby, actor Gabby, actor Gabby here. There we go, actor Gabby here. I think that works out well. And then this actor Gabby, now this is where it gets a little bit fun. Now, the thing is, we can't do too much at the moment, but we can do a little bit. Let's go here into our A sprite super duper quickly. As you know, technically speaking, we're doing programming, but this is to make sure that our system is foolproof, so it does need to be tested, technically speaking. Let's then go here to our actor, and then we have our actor resources here, and DD. So we have our actor guy here, and then we have our actor sprites. So I'm going to do a new guy here. We're going to make a new folder, and we're going to call this our actor, ACTOR, actor sprite. So actor sprite, so actor space SPRITE. Yes, actor sprites, and remember, yellow means that it is all art. So we'll make sure that this guy here is yellow, as our actors are this color, our actor sprites are this color. I will then open this in File Explorer here, and then I'm going to make a new sprite guy here. So we'll just do this guy here. We can temporarily make it, I guess, 16 by 16 for now as our little sprite here, and then we'll do a file and we'll save it as, and we'll do here actor Gabby. So actor Gabby sprite, ACTOR GABBY Gabby SP. I guess it would be ACTOR underscore GABBY Gabby underscore SPRITE, actor Gabby sprite. I'll then copy this guy here, paste this guy into here, and now we have a little sprite guy. If I click back into this guy here, we have an A sprite folder, or A sprite file rather. And this is where my advanced sprite idea comes into play, and the fact that I can have so many things on here. It's lovely, I can't tell you that as much. We have your actor Gabby list as well. Now I wonder, do we have to set up your own animation player? I do believe so. Our Necromancer, yeah, you do have your own animation player. Truth be told, I guess we could always just attach them and detach the animation players. Since multiple characters won't be talking on screen, we only need to have one animation player. Ah, fancy. Okay, well, we'll add an animation player since we only really need one. We can kind of attach and detach. So animation player here, and we can kind of just detach the animation player. We don't have to have an animation player for every single character. That doesn't need to be the case, which is great. So our actor Gabby can attach and detach to the animation player as well as all the other actors, which I think is a little bit easier than having a single animation player for everything else. So we'll do that instead. I'll click on this guy then, and what we'll do next is I wanted to bring you into the game, or not the game, but the A sprite. We'll do here draw, and this should bring you into this area here. And then this is the way it's going to work, at least for our enums. We're going to make this, and I actually need to slide this guy over a little bit more, and you can't see it, so hold on, let me make this guy a little bit smaller here. And ads already, my goodness, time is flying by, but oh boy, I'm so excited to see this works. So we need to have this guy here, and it's going to be a new tag. This is going to be our none tag, because this is going to be the none animation that plays for the emotion. We'll add another frame here, so I think it's Alt-N, yeah, Alt-B rather, Alt-B, yep, Alt-B, there we go. So we have a none animation. We then need to have a new tag. This is going to be our happy animation, so I can pick your happy, and I believe it's called happy. Now, it's important that I make sure that these capital letters are actually capital. It's very important, because if it's not capital in the way it should be, it's not going to work correctly. So if I go back into here, our dialogue manager guy here, let me just double check to make sure that it does say happy. So we have here, if I go back into our actors super duper quickly, you can't see this, but we're all good. We have none, neutral, and then happy. So none, happy, and then neutral. Now, I'm not sure if the order matters too much, but you know what, just for the sake of making sure to dot our I's and cross our T's, I'm going to make sure that this guy here is neutral. So Neutral, neutral, let me make sure Neutral, neutral. It's very important that these guys are spelled differently. And now the idea is that when our happy animation plays, or our happy sprite plays, it would play this sprite for Gabby. So what we can go ahead and do here is, well, we can add a little bit of like a happy face here. Maybe we can do like or none, I guess. None would be filled in entirely. So I'm going to do none here as like a little box here. And from what I've learned, at least, having things touch the outer edge isn't a good idea. So we'll just do that guy there. And then for our neutral guy, you know what? We don't even have to go crazy with it. Let's just go here, and then let's just go here. And then for our neutral here, we'll make it like a gray color here. And then maybe we go like a darker color here. So we can do like a darker color here. And very quickly, don't want to get into too many things. We'll make this here. We'll make her eyes kind of go up here and up here, up here. And then we'll add it here. And then we'll just do this here. So neutral, that's our neutral face. There we go. Neutral can go right there. There you go, Gabby. Your neutral expression. And then we also need our happy expression. So what we can do here is also do little eyebrows here. So neutral Gabby expression right here. Beautiful. And then we'll also add a happy expression here. So neutral, and then happy will get this expression here. And happy's definitely a lot easier. We got a little smile here. We can also make the eyes kind of go up, or eyebrows go upwards more. And we can also get this a little yellow, a little bit of happy. Not too much happy. Don't need to go into the details, but can go a little bit of things like this guy here. And then maybe go for like an orangey, darker line color, something like that here. Hold on. Something like that there, I think. So we have neutral, we have, yeah, none, neutral, happy. Neutral, happy. Something like that there. And then we can also very quickly, in Girona, oh boy, we can also very quickly do this for our spider here. So if I go very quickly into our actor sprites, I can duplicate this guy, hopefully, control, oh no, that's delete, never mind. We'll copy this guy here, copy, paste to duplicate it, and then we can make this into our actor sprite, or our actor spider sprite. So I'll go ahead and just do this here, Gabby sprite, and then this is going to be our spider, so S-P-I-D-E-R, spider sprite, and we can very quickly also open up our spider guy here. And for our spider, how can we make the spider seem like it's got emotions going on? I'm not too sure. And again, this is just temporary, this is just placeholders. I'm doing this for the fun of it. I think at least we can do something like this here. Maybe we can make the eyes kind of go here, and then we can make the eyes here. The spider doesn't have a lot going on, does it? So we can kind of make it go here, something like that, though that makes it kind of look like almost a nose, doesn't it? So maybe something like that there, and then this here for our neutral, something like that I think could work for our little spider guy at least. And we do need to come up with a name for the spider, but I think this for now is okay. Something like this for neutral for our spider. And then what we can do as well is have our happy, and our happy guy is going to be a little bit different. We'll paste that here for just a quick second so we can grab our colors here, grab that color. And then what we're going to do is make sure that this is this color here and that's that color. And then for our happy, we can add a little smiley face, so something like this here. And maybe we can also make this guy, oh, we can do something. We can definitely do something here. We can do something like, let's see, something like this here, I think that there. And have this guy kind of go up here and up here, over here. That looks like a happy sprite, you know, neutral, happy. I think that works just fine. It serves its temporary purposes. And the hope is that we'll be able to swap between them. The spider's looking very Girona. You know, it's yellow like the flower, isn't it too? And asks, I hear you, Bobby, I hear you. All right, so these guys are safe. They should be in Godot already. I'll click on this guy. We'll take our ad break, and don't worry, if you do happen to get ads, you won't miss anything. I won't go forward. We'll do some stretches while we're waiting on the ads to go. I'll grab some tea, but nope, you won't miss anything, and we'll continue once the ad breaks are done. So we'll click on that guy there, click on that guy there, wait that guy out, and now you'll also be able to see our actor Gabby and actor spider sprites. And while that's going there, let me also make sure I get a little bit of tea here. Okay, the tea's a little bit too hot, so I will not get some tea. Let me turn down that temperature. I turned it up because it was too cold, and now it's way too hot in my tongue. I wasn't expecting that. At all. My goodness. Oh boy. Let me get a little bit of water then, since I can't have my tea. Let's see. Tasty. And with that said, hold on. Let me get my nose here. I think we're good. And since that is good to go, let's do some stretches while we're waiting on the ad breaks, shall we? In that case, what you want to do is go to the right here slowly but surely. If anything cracks, breaks, or hurts, call Dr. Cole, but don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything. Do it your own transgression. It's not my fault. It hurts. So we'll go right here slowly. And then we'll go to the left here a little bit slowly. And it's recommended you do these about every hour, as you want to make sure you take care of your body in the long run. Let's go back here a little bit, as even though it may not hurt now, you might feel like 10 days there, 10 years later down the line. It's like playing on the trampoline as a child, and then playing on as a teenager, falling once, and now you're 60, and now that back hurts every single morning when you wake up. Let's go forward here a little bit too. And then for our neck, we'll start off by going to the left here slowly but surely. Pain, not too good of an idea here. Left a little bit, and then we'll want to go to the right here a little bit, and then we'll want to go to the back here a little bit, and then you're 60. I said nothing of the case. I'm just giving an example. You know, it happens to people more often than you think about your old. I never said I was 60. And then let's go, you know, 60, I'll take that as a compliment, Ethan. Let's go back here a little bit. And then let's go to the right here a little bit. And then, oh my god, Eris is so old. I just had my birthday last month. Oh my, let's go. I guess not last month, it was the 5th of May. We'll go here a little bit. And then we'll go to here a little bit as well. So 2 months ago, technically speaking, but it feels like last month because it's still the beginning of July. And then we'll go to lofting a little bit here, and another one you can do. And we'll go to the right here. These two are my favorite. Here, and then, what does that change? Okay, so 61. When you get up there in age, numbers tend to either not mean anything or they mean everything. And do old people not have birthdays? Well, and different customs, so to speak. I feel as though once you reach like the thousands, you stop counting the ones and the twos and the threes, like 1001, 1002, 1003. And when you hit the old, like the 2K, that's where maybe it starts to become a lot. But if you're like 2 million, then it's like, does he really matter at that point? I'm not saying 2 million or anything, but I'm just thinking, ad breaks are back. Welcome back from the ad breaks. Welcome back from talking about age and 60 years old, apparently. Oh my, shall we continue then? And honestly, I agree. After 21, I stopped counting. At some point, okay, so we can round the 61 to 71. I mean, 10, a decade or two. And in the long term, in the long scheme of things, does it really all matter to the end? Does anything even matter? Oh my. We have an actor Gabby here. We also have an actor for Spider, so actor Spider here. And then the idea is that we would take then our animation. You can see here it says mode and animation player. We have, now my question is it going to allow us to use both of these guys for the animation player? Or is it not? Is it a thing of where we will, and I'm not sure. This is a plugin called Sprite Wizard that I've been using since close to the beginning of development. I'd say like next month will be a total of working on this game for 2 years. And I'd say probably I've been using it for a year. So not often, as the hope is not to rely on plugins, especially since I'm still learning about Godot. The hope is that I can make my own tools. As if I start using a lot of tools, for example, here you can see I have Signal Visualizer, a plugin that I don't even use. There's also here to do another plugin I don't even use. So I get into the habit of just downloading plugins because they sound cool, but never end up using them. So I ban myself from using plugins because they don't get used, and then it ends up adding bloat to the files and bloat to the file size. And really, it's not even a thing I use. And let's see here. We have animation player, and you can see here it says HSprite file. So we'll go ahead and here and add our common guy, then our dialogue, and then our actor sprites. This is the spider, so it should have the spider sprite here, and then I can click on import here. And it should hopefully do the thing properly. You can kind of see the spider animation play here. And what it makes me wonder is, interesting. So now, because it's loaded as the spider, if I try to make it load Gabby's sprite, so we go here, common, we go dialogue here, actor sprites, and I load up Gabby, is it the case that they'll all have to have their own sprite? Interesting. No, it's not. You can see that there's a separation for actor Gabby versus actor Spider. Interesting one. And you can see the happy, neutral, they all have their different ones as well. Oh, that's neat. That's super duper interesting. That said, I wonder, is this sorted as a frame or a layer? And what I'm curious to see about is that, for example, if we had multiple of the spider, is it then going to take it as, we should loop past multiple for Gabby too? But Gabby only has one. If the spider has 3, that'll be something to learn. As my hope is that we'll only need one animation player, but I'm not sure if the animation player is willing to share. So we'll see. We'll certainly see. With that said, we'll just act as if it does share. So we'll just assign these guys both to our animation player here. And yeah, actually, it might be the case that we might have to do a Gabby actor. Yeah, I think we might have to do it separately now that I'm looking at it. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, we might have to do multiple animation players. The thing is as well is that we don't have many characters. There's going to be a total of like probably less than 20. So is it going to be a thing of there's too many actor animations playing at once? I don't think so, since there's only 20. And less than 20 even. There's like 10 bosses, right? So 10 bosses. We have maybe a ghost or 2, and maybe then Gabby, and then the spider. Not many characters to be played. So I'm wondering, is the animation player going to be too much, too little? I don't know. This will be a thing for a future me. So we're going to make this our animation player. So Gabby, animation player, Gabby. Or rather, let's see. AP Gabby here, AP Gabby, and then we're also going to make one for the spider. So animation player Gabby, animation player spider, so SPIDER. So all of these guys will have their own animation player. I like the idea of that a lot better. So we'll go ahead and delete this guy here. And I'm wondering as well, is this here too? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna put this here as our animation Gabby, and you'll get a child there, and you'll be animation player for spider. So you'll get that there. And now you have your own animation player, Gabby, so you don't have to worry about using other resources here. So we'll make sure that this is Gabby. So Gabby, all of you guys here, re-import here. And now Gabby is on the scene here. Hopefully, if I double click on this guy here, yes, this actor Gabby. Let's just delete these guys temporarily, delete both of them. And then if I redo you as Gabby's right here, let's see it. Is there gonna be a secret giga hard to fight secret boss? I can never beat final bosses, secret bosses in other games, so I don't know if I would add one to my game, but if I do add one, why would I say yes, there is going to be a secret boss? I would want it to be a secret. That's the fun of it. Secrets are neat. So that if there would, you wouldn't know. Unless I do talk about it at one point in time. But hopefully I can keep a secret. Well, then drag and drop our spider here. So our spider player will go here. And then our spider player will go here. So let's see spider. And then we can report here. And then let's see. So the hope is now that we have our actor spider sprite. As well, if I drag this guy over, we also have our Gabby sprite. So they both exist. The hope is that we will just be able to enable or disable the sprite based on what is needed in the moment. So all of these guys will be loaded, but I'm not sure how well of a bloat. The hope and the idea is that they'll all be loaded and we'll just hide and show, but I'm not sure toggle-wise how well it's going to work, but we'll see. We'll certainly see it. So we have an actor Gabby, we have an actor spider on here, and if we want to add more characters, then we would just add more actors onto here. So we have our actor list here, and we have our dialogue manager. And now the idea is that we're going to use our dialogue manager, and we're also going to need our dialogue parser. And our dialogue parser is going to have a script. And then our dialogue manager is our dialogue box. So I guess, technically speaking, we have a dialogue manager here, and then we have a dialogue box. So, you know what? I think this works out well, because we'll just add the box in. So I think, yeah, it's fine. It's good to go. For now, I guess we could do a dialogue box as like a script or something of the case. We could always print things out and go from there. But we have our dialogue manager. We have an actor list, which will have all of our actors on it. And then I'm thinking at least we are now going to need to parse our data. So we have our actor test resource here. And this guy is going to be, let's see. Yeah, you're our test resource. I think we can go ahead and delete you. We have a good idea of what we want to do. And we're going to do as well is we need to attach our actor to the emotion in this guy here. So this is where our dialogue manager and our actor list, you know what? Actually, I think it would be neat to attach a script here, and our actor list is going to contain everything. So our actor list controls all of our actors. I do like the idea of that. So our actor list here attaches this guy here. We'll then make this in the class _ name, and then you're going to be ACTOR actor list here. So your actor list, that will be that there. And now we're just going to have our actors to types. So I think what we can do here, and this is what I'm wondering, do we want to load it up here, or do we want to export the variable? That's to say, do we want to drag and drop every single type into here? So I would do like an access to unique name, and then I would drag and drop it into here, something like that. Do we want to have actor Gabby here? That could definitely work, and I think maybe that would be our best bet to do. Or we could do for example, export var, export var, and this would be our actor list, so our list, our children. But I like the idea of maybe doing it this way. Another thing you could do is say to get the children, but if you get the children, you would need to have these guys attached, and that's why I'm thinking at least maybe having it this way would be better to do. There's different ways to do there's different ways to solve different problems when it comes to programming. That's another reason why I like it so much, because it's the thing of, is it optimal? Maybe not, but maybe it's easier to read. So maybe you switch readability for readability versus optimization. So speed versus ease of use. There's so many different trade-offs that it's not a sort of thing of there's one absolute answer. It depends on what you're going for. And there's no really wrong answer. It's just, does this thing succeed in what you set it out to do? Does it do it in the way that you would want it to do? If it does not, then you have failed. But if it does it in the way you want it to do, maybe a little bit slower, then maybe not so much of a failure. Just so much more of a room for improvement sort of thing. So we have here our actor Gabby, we have here our actor Spider, and then what I'm going to do is I want to have a var for our actor to sprite. So we'd have here var actor ACTR actor to _ SPRAT actor to sprite. And then the idea here is that we would use our resource set, and oof, actually, yeah, we're gonna have to do an export var apparently, or maybe possibly what we can do is here is do like a export var EXPORT. This could be a wacky one, but I want to see export var actor to sprite. Then what we can do here is or rather, yeah, actor would be our resource here. So resource to sprite, actor to sprite. I like the idea of doing resource to sprite. So actor list resource to sprite, resource, resource to sprite. And then here we are going to set it to be the case of being a dictionary. So it's going to be a dictionary. It's going to be a dictionary of actor, so ACTOR, actor here. And it's going to be actor to advanced sprite. So advanced sprite will go here. And then we're going to set it to equal. And then I'm wondering if we can make it like a default value, and we need to have EXPORT. No, hold on, EXOX. I'm missing X. X would be very important. And what I would want to have on here is like a null, possibly. Does that work? Like if I do here null, does that work well? And then you would do actor Gabby here, so actor Gabby here, actor Gabby here. Would that work? And actor not declared in state, yeah, actor Gabby. Would that work? And then we comma, and then we do something like this here. And then possibly the hope would be a null. Yeah, null, that's the issue. It's like default, maybe basic, or yeah, we could do like a default actor as the basic guy. And the hope would be we would just be able to drag and drop it. So what I'm thinking is maybe we'd have default actor instead. So I'm thinking maybe we have a new actor. We'll just right click this guy here. We'll do then, let's see here, a var, how can we do this? I guess what we could do is have a neutral guy. So if I maybe do like a create new here, we create a new resource and we call it actor here. This is going to be the default actor. So DEFAULT_ACTOR, our default actor. And our default actor, I'm wondering, can we just drag and drop this default actor into it and do something like this here? Possibly. So like default actor is const. So what I'm wondering is, can we do something like this here? Or do we have to load it in by the file? That's what I'm not too sure. But I would want to do something like this here, where we would take the default actor, save it, and now the hope is in our actor list. Oh, hold on. I take it back. We can't do that because it's not, yeah. What a shame. Okay, that wouldn't work then. Yeah, okay. So is it the case then you'd have to just attach the guys here possibly? Do we want to load all the UIDs? I enjoy always the ability to just drag and drop something. That's always enjoyable to do. So it makes me wonder, because this is a dictionary, that's why it's not working. How can we do that then? The resources are going to be different, but I would like it to be the case of the dictionary being empty and having an empty dictionary number, but that doesn't quite work. So is there a way we can make an empty one? I don't know, and I don't know if this even is the right way to go about it. And, oh, I didn't miss that. Okay, good. So if that's the case, if we can't do default actor because dictionary keys need to be unique, is there another way we can do this? I don't think there is. It might have to be a thing of actor to, what's it called? Actor to, yeah, possibly actor sprite. But the hope was that we'd be able to, yeah, okay. I kind of like that idea a little bit more. I'm thinking then instead what we can have happen is, we can do @export var resource to sprite. Maybe it's not resource to sprite. Maybe what we instead do, as I do Control K here, that way we can come back to it if need be. I'm thinking instead of resource to sprite, we can do name to sprite. So name to sprite, name to sprite, name to sprite. And maybe we can also do name to sprite here. So then instead it's going to be actor.names, actor.name here, actor.name, something like this. And then we would do here actor.name.gabby, possibly here, maybe .gabby. Maybe, and then we do actor.name.spider here, so actor.name.spider here, so .spider here, so spider here, and then we would do not only name to sprite but name to resource, so it'd be name to sprite and then name to resource, so something like here, resource, so RESOURCE, name to resource here, and then we have our name to sprite, name to resource. All of these guys here would be filled on their own, so for example here you can see the new key, none add value pair. This is what I'm wondering. Our @export var already has a default setting, so I'm wondering why it's not already set, which is odd. If I save you here, maybe if we reload it, but now you would do name to resource here, and I'm wondering, can you do null for resource here and then do null here? Would that work? Would that be okay? Oh, hold on. We do this here, and then we set this to actor, so ACTOR, actor. I would like to have something like this. I'm not sure how well possible, or even if this is the right feel. It doesn't feel right because it's like copy paste, and I'm not a fan of copy paste. I would like it there to be like everything under one entire roof. So this doesn't quite tickle the fancy, but I think this might have to work temporarily at least. Give me a second to clear my nose here. If I click on you here and then my nose. good to go. Good to go, good to go. So let's see. Yeah, I don't like the idea of having 2 separate lists. I've done it before, but I never like it. And it's a thing again of optimization. Is it really required? Is it a thing that we have to have happen? Not really, not to be the case. So it makes me wonder, maybe we have a new guy who takes the actor and the list, possibly, and we merge those guys together? That could maybe work. For example, maybe we have a header here. So like an actor list and actor Gabby, and this guy here, actor Gabby. So what I'm wondering is, maybe we have a node here, for example. So a guy here, a node here. And then our node, instead of doing actor Gabby like this, we would do Gabby sprite. So let's see, if this would be Gabby sprite Gabby, sprite Gabby, and this would be, let's see, yeah, sprite Gabby. And then we have here actor Gabby. Something like that, and then we would make the actor Gabby underneath. Something like that, and then maybe we would make this actor, this guy here, would be its own script. And maybe we can make the script an actor, ACTOR, actor underscore profile, actor profile here. And then maybe what we can do here is have an at export. So we would do here at export, and this is going to be called our actor. So actor here, ACTOR, actor. And it's going to be actor like that. Export var actor, and then we have on here like a what's it called? We'd have here a class name, so class underscore name here. Class name, it's going to be actor ACTOR, actor or actor PROFILE, actor profile here, and then we have an at export var for actor. And then we also have here an at export var for our sprite. So at export var, and then we also have at export var as sprite, so SPRIT, sprite. And this is going to be an advanced sprite. So we do here like an advanced sprite here, advanced sprite. So something like this here. And then we can also set this to be null, possibly, maybe. Can we do that by default, set it to null? I don't know. But we would do something like this, I'm thinking at least. Set it to be that. And then if I click on you here, hold on, if I click on you here, we have empty and assign. So I think this works fine. And the hope behind this is that you would have actor Gabby here, actor guy there. We would duplicate, hold on. We would add another node here, so the node here. So this would be our actor Gabby. This would be actor spider, so ACTOR SPIDER, actor spider. And this spider instead is going to be our sprite spider, so SPRITE, sprite spider instead. And then we can do AP spider, AP Gabby, if that makes sense. This guy would go underneath here. And then this guy here would not go underneath our actor list. It would go in our actor list. So rather, kind of would need to go here. And then we can kind of just put the Gabby back on top like that. So it would be our actor and then a sprite. And then you would attach the resource. Something like that is what I think would work out better. Because then we wouldn't need to grab the unique names of these guys here. We would grab the unique names of these guys here. So something like this. And then we would grab something like this here. And then we can just attach whatever actor it is to the profile. I think that would work out a little bit better. So then what you would say is our actor here is going to be our assign. So I would assign our Gabby actor. And in this case, we need to make new actors since this is the default actor. We can just go ahead and rename this to be actor Gabby. So ACTOR underscore Gabby. So GABBY, actor Gabby. And then we can also make this our actor spider. So I can do actor and then spider. So SPIDER. And the thing is, it feels like a lot of duplication. I'm not a fan of, but it's okay. It's fine. We'll see where we go with this. So then our actor Gabby, actor spider, and the current emotion does not matter too much. We'll go ahead and set our Gabby to here. So this would be our actor Gabby. We'll set this to be neutral. And our spider here would also be set to Gabby or spider. And then we set it to neutral. Save this guy then. And what we then would say is in our actor Gabby here, we would grab our actor resource. So our actor Gabby here. So you would be there. And then your sprite would be here. So now it's all in one place. We wouldn't have to worry about anywhere else. These guys manage themselves, and that was the hope. So to set it up, it doesn't feel as if it would be too difficult, too painful, but it definitely does have a little bit of a bit to set it up. So we'd attach our actor profile to here, and then we would attach our actor and our animation player or sprite. So our spider sprite would go here, and then our spider actor guy would go here. Something like that instead. So these guys would manage themselves. And with that said, now that we have our sprite spider, our actor, our animation player for our spider, and why are you angry? It looks like you're empty, possibly. Maybe if we click on our sprite guy here and we re-import, just to double check here, animation player not found. Yeah. Where's your animation player at? Hold on, animation player, you're going to be spider here. Yep. And re-import here. So just make sure you're good to go there. And oh no! When was the last time I saved it? Oh, I've had this problem before where, oh no, oh, this isn't good. Hopefully I saved. I've had a problem before before where the plugin has crashed, and this is another reason why plugins aren't always the best way to go about things, even if they're the fastest. Oh, I hope I didn't lose too much progress. I hope I did not. 100%. Where are we at? Okay. I don't think we lost too much. We go back into here, you can see Godot in here. We have our actor sprite here, the spider sprite, so I think it actually saved, thankfully. What I wanted to do was attach the animation player. Is it going to crash again? Let's see. We now do our spider here, we do re-import here. Okay, does not crash, thankfully. Also going to save again, saves just one more time, and then we'll also attach our animation player here for Gabby, so our Gabby animation player would go here. Are we going to crash? No, we're okay. Okay, we're good. Oh boy, that was scary. That was very scary. Another reminder of version control being very important. So we have the spider, we also have Gabby here. And if we click on our animation player, you can also see, yeah, hold on. Our spider Gabby, our frame here. I want to delete all of you here, save you then to be here. Let's reattach you into here, re-import into that there. So you're your only one, and Gabby should be her only one here. So AP Gabby, yeah, you should be spider. Hold on, sprite Gabby, are you spider? You should be animation player Gabby, yep. Re-import you into here, just double checking here. So you're your own guy, you should be Gabby, yep, you're Gabby. And are you spider? You should be spider, but you're not spider. Hold on, why are you not spider? You're spider here, you're Gabby, let's see, Gabby here, yep, you're Gabby. You should be Gabby, but why is it not showing up as spider? I wonder. We can always just rename this guy here, so rename it, copy it, then delete it because it's not too special. It thinks it's special, but it's not. And then we can go to our animation player here, and let's just rename it again. So this would be animation player spider, and it should just be a drag and drop here. And then we would take this guy here, we would set it to be animation player here, so AP spider, and then we would set the AP spider to be our AP spider here, and re-import it into here. Hopefully now we get our spider here. Yeah, I see a spider face here, and then if we click on Gabby's, we get Gabby. So we have sprite Gabby, sprite spider. That is what we want. I'm also now going to do a version control of beginning to do the changes. So let's see here. Sprites, and other added. Other added. ADED, added here. Lovely. We'll sync the changes, save the changes, and from there, let's see. So we're back to here. Actor sprite or actor spider here. These are all good to go. They should also be linked. So we have our spider sprite, and we have this guy here. We have the type. We need to now set this type to be emotion. And this guy here also needs to be the type of emotions, and so that's going to be important. That's how we're going to refer to them as. So the emotion, that's where the enum comes into play at. And these guys should be fine to go. So we have our sprite and our spider. They should all be handled away. And now in our dialogue manager, the idea is now in our actor list, we can have actor to sprite, or actor to name to actor, something like that. So now instead what we can do is do here. We can then do here, and instead of doing all of this on ready and all of those guys here, don't even need to do that anymore. What we can do, and there's a few ways we can do this. I'm thinking dialogue manager might be our best bet to do it in. We can do get at export var, but I like to do the export var, so we'll do at export var. So export var, and then we'll do name to actor, actor list, name to actor, and then we'll go ahead here, and it'll be a dictionary. So dictionary here, and then we're going to have here our actor, so actor.name. Name here, and then it's going to be an actor profile. So actor profile here. And then we save this guy here. And now in our actor list, we should be able to see name to actor. And this guy will be how we manage our actors. And then we'll use it in our dialogue manager. So we will grab our actor list here. We'll access this unique name here. And we'll drag and drop this guy into here like that there. And our actor list will be where we manage everything. And this actor guy here, let me just double check here. Yep, our named actor here. And you guys also have your guys. But the goodness is that our actor list shouldn't be too bad anymore. So our actor list here. We would go then to our guy, save it here, and now we can add two guys. So let's see, our none here is going to actually be, hold on if I delete this guy here. So our new key, we have our Gabby, and then our value is going to be our actor Gabby. And then we have another key here, and it's going to be new key, it's going to be spider, and we have our actor spider. So we now have the two actors loaded, hopefully. And it shouldn't be a long process to add another actor if we want to. And the good news is that once we add that actor, we could use them anywhere. We could use them as much as we want. So the hope is that this is a one-time investment, so to speak. And let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty, tasty. Lovely, lovely. With that said and done, what we're then going to do is save this guy here. And now we have to see about parsing that data I was talking about earlier. And hello, Eris. I hope that you are beating the heat today. Thankfully, I am. I can say that much. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Funny enough, the room always seems to get hot. The room always seems to get hot when I am streaming. I'm guessing it's because the computer's working overtime. But thankfully, knock on wood again, the room's been cold, surprisingly. So I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. But I hope you can say the same as well for you, the Voltic Ace. And I hope the rest of your current day and the rest of your day has been going well and will go well in the future too. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. That said, now our dialogue manager, this is where we would want to modify or do anything else. We would check the actor list and see if all the animations are present and things of that nature. This is where we'll be able to change the actors and things of that. So our dialogue manager will contain all of our actors. This guy will be responsible for changing the scripts, moving the scripts around, calling things. This is technically the director. It'd be the dialogue director, but I call it manager because we've been calling it manager, and calling it director might make it a little bit confusing. And so you need to push your PC harder. No, not at all. It's doing what it needs to do, and I will take it for what it is. It's working as intended. Knock on wood all over again, because oh boy, it gets hot in here. It definitely does. And there's been times where it's been so hot, awfully hot, that I've had to stop stream for a second to go get like a good cold glass of water. Oh boy. With that said, now we can close our customer profile. We won't need it. We also don't need our advanced sprite. Hopefully, if everything is implemented properly, we have our actor profile, we have our actor list, we have our actor, we have our old dialogue manager here. So this guy here was responsible for loading scripts, or not loading scripts, but arranging scripts around. So we don't technically need our dialogue manager at the moment. What we're going to need is our new dialogue parser. So if we go back into here, our parser, P-A-R-S-E-R. And last thing we need is for your computer to explode. Hi, Ame. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. Let's see here. Our inter time zone. That too. We have here our spell parser, our script parser. Yep. So instead, we're going to call this maybe our dialogue parser. I kind of like the idea of that. And we can also put it into here. Let's see, dialogue manager. And this is where all of our dialogue stuff is at. We can also close this guy here since that's not needed. We can close, let's see, some classes, dialogue script here. That was the old system, and I don't know how this system's going to go, but I'm enjoying it so far. So we'll go into our dialogue guy here, and we're going to create a new script, and we're going to call it our dialogue_parser, dialogue parser. Anytime I use the word parser, it means that we are translating JSON information. Anytime I use the word manager, it means it's responsible for spawning things, deleting things, the overall big brain of the operation. So we have parser here. We're going to go ahead and save that guy here. And then we're going to see about, now, this dialogue parser, I believe, has to be a global, if I'm not mistaken, possibly. We have our utility or signal. Yeah, a parser has to be global. So we'll go ahead and I will create a new global here. We'll go ahead and select script and scene. I should be able to go into our common here, our dialogue here, and we'll go into our dialogue parser here, which is going to be global. It's not going to get with the other parsers, or yeah, it shouldn't go with the other parsers because it's just next to everything. And since, oh, hold on. That was the kitten timer. It should have not gone off. How odd indeed. Give me 1 second here. Let me turn it off entirely. It should be muted, but it's not, which is okay too. It goes on, it at least used to go off at 4 and 3, but since he's gotten a little bit older, he can go a little bit longer with me. So now I feed him right before stream and right at the end of stream. So now, no more mid-time break, so thankfully, which is nice too, is that he's a growing boy. Let's see here. We have extend there, extend there. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab our new script here. And the question is just, how do we want to read our information? I think it should be the case of each script, so each file is its own dialogue. So instead of having all the dialogue in one file, we're now going to have one dialogue per file. I think that will be easier to understand. Now, whether or not we will have different names for them, I'm not sure if we'll call this like dialogue script 1 or 2. And so soon he may outgrow you and eat only at night. He seeks for blood. Not at all, I tell you. I can't even say vegan since cats are obligate carnivores, but nope, not outgrown. Nah. At least I hope that. Hope he stays tiny and small forever. He's adorable. Let's see, we have our script parser here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and yoink all of this. You don't need it, do you? Our dialogue parser here. So figure out how to do different systems to not rely on ints. We have here our script list, and it has an int to dialogue scripts. Now, I think at least it definitely needs to be a little bit different. I'm wondering as well, say for example, we want to have a dialogue 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think for our purposes at least, it's, yeah. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Boo. Or boo!
Kevin_33 just redeemed hydrate.
I can't do all over again. Thank you for that redeem. Tasty. I think rather, instead, what we can do is not do that. And what's our dialogue script here? It's an ID and lines. Yeah, that's gotta change a little bit. Instead, our dialogue script, and I believe we can just, oh no, we have to call it something else. So Control-Shift-F, we're going to replace and find, and we're going to call this old dialogue script. So old, D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, old dialogue, S-C-R-I-P-T, because we're making a new one. So replace all old dialogue script. And then we have here our dialogue script here. So this is going to be renamed to old. So old LD underscore old dialogue script, because you're old. And you never stay tiny and small. One day you'll wake up and see a fat lump of fur blocking your hallway. And then it's just Bobby the person. Oh my. And that's just so adorable. I can't say, give him little cat ears, little whiskers. Oh my. Let's go back to our old dialogue script because we're making a new dialogue script. So let's see here. Yeah. So this is our dialogue here. We have our actor sprites, and then we have a script here, and this is a new script JSON. So all of our scripts will go there, and then we need to have a dialogue script. So we'll just do here, create a new script. And this guy here is going to be our D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E dialogue underscore S-C-R-I-P-T, a dialogue script. And then it's going to be, how can we manage this? I guess we could call it by an enum. That is a way to call it by. Enum works. We could also do it by int, but I think technically speaking, we could call the dialogues by their names, like how people might do chapters by their names, maybe. And verb, I know what we're gonna draw today. Oh no! I mean, as long as it's cute. I feel as though there's no nightmare fuel you can induce upon an image like that. And hi, chum, welcome machine, welcome in, and welcome back as well. And can't be here long, but I'll be lurking a little bit. No worries at all. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. And I hope whatever insert time zone the rest of your time spent during that insert day is well and fruitful. Well, go ahead here, and I'm thinking at least we'll have a var here. So it's going to be, not a var actually, class name, and it's going to be called here a D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E dialogue underscore S-C-R-I-P-T. S-C-R-I-P-T. Dialogue script. And now why did you challenge him? I didn't know such thing. That's like, I just make suggestions and then all of a sudden it's I challenge you and I don't want to do. Oh my. I'm thinking maybe class name dialogue script here. And then we'll have a type. And that type will be whatever it is. And you're lucky I don't have the skills to draw an ultra-realistic cat face, but I'll still try. Oh my. Can you imagine the horror of that? I'm very glad, actually, you're right. I'm super duper lucky, even. I think possibly what we can do is grab either the name of the file. I don't like grabbing the name of the file though. How can we do this exactly, do you think? How can we say, hey, play this dialogue versus this dialogue? I do like the name of it, and you know what? I think calling it its own thing is better. So do this in enum, and Bobby McWhiskers is coming to get ya. It's gonna get you right now. Oh my. Let's see. I think we'll do here for an enum, and enum will be type. So enum type, and then we'll do here this, and whatever the type is. The type will be null here, so null. And actually, maybe we do an enum for name. Again, null. Null will be the name by default. And then maybe here we'll have a test. So play the dialogue that is the test. I kind of like that idea, kind of not. You know what? I think it'll, because it's a thing of, I would like it to be the case of where we could say, hey, game, load up the script folder. And it'll just load up all of the JSONs associated with each of the scripts. So it becomes a matter of, if we do it that way, is it, oh, you know what? Actually, there's a way to do this. What we can do is have the script names be the enums. This is possible. This is definitely possible. We'll grab the script name and then we can translate it into whatever the enum is. Yeah, okay, this is possible. There's a way to do this. So it's okay. We'll do enums as a name in the listing, and then we can just have the name, whatever it is. Yeah, referring to. I think I like that a lot more. So with that said, we'll go back here to our dialogue. Let's see, our dialogue script. And it'll be the name, so we'll have it at export var for current name. So at export var for current name, current underscore name. Or I guess, technically speaking, since this guy is its own dialogue script, I don't think we have to have current name because it's like name, current name. I never know with these things because it's the idea that this dialogue script will be loaded, and how will we refer to it as? That's the thing. If we have it as a type, technically it doesn't need a name. But the name itself is the type. So that's why I'm thinking at least current name is going to be the enum. So we'll have name on here, name, and it's going to be equal to name.null. Something like that there. And then this is where our handy dandy guy comes back out, where we can take a look at our PRF screen here. And what I'm going to do very quickly is I can grab, not that there, I can grab this guy here, and we can see what we will be spending it through. So there's a few lines, and I can do down here and this guy here. So we have speaker, emotion, line, signal, argument. These are the guys we need to keep in mind. And the idea is that you'll go through each line, and I guess, would it be verse or line? Is the line what they say, or what number is being spoken? I think it's verse, right? It'd be verse, and then we'd have speaker, emotion, line, signal, argument. And this is where we want to pack all that information at. So this dialogue script will let us know what can be done. So what we're going to do here, and how we can do it possibly, is, do we want to have like a little mini guide? Do we want to have it as like a dictionary, possibly? I guess a dictionary and dictionaries, though I don't like the idea of it. How can we store this information as like different lines? Line 1 has this guy here, line 2 has this guy here. I guess maybe we can make like a little tiny guy, this dialogue script here, maybe like a dialogue line. Ooh, dialogue line, dialogue verse. I like that. We'll do that. Create new script here. It's going to be called a dialogue line, or dialogue verse. So a verse, dialogue, dialogue, oh, it needs to be underscores, lowercase, dialogue, dialogue underscore verse. So dialogue verse instead. And then we'll click on create here. And then what we'll do is, it's going to be a class underscore name, class name here. And hello, is it Unutsu? Maybe? Unutsu. That's my best guess, and please correct me if I'm wrong in the name. I do tend to butcher them, and thank you for the follow, and welcome in to Shane, welcome in. I'm thinking class name, and then we'll do dialogue dialogue verse here. And then we can have here a dialogue verse, and it's going to be the idea of being a var. And this is where we'll have all our information. So this is going to be var, and it's going to be speaker. So speaker, var speaker. And the speaker is going to be the actor name. So actor dot name. By default, it is going to be actor dot name dot none. So name dot no or none, whichever one I do, actor name dot none. We're then going to have an emotion. So this is where we would do actor, and then we would do here emotion, and then this is going to be actor emotion dot none or no, whichever one it is. So dot none. Let's see, actor dot emotion dot none. So the variable speaker has the same name. Hold on. Speaker, we have here emotion, emotion, and then this guy here, yep, emotion dot, and it's going to be none here as well. And then we're going to have a var for a line, and the line here is going to be a string, so string, and string is going to be set to by default be equal to n/a, or rather n/a, and then we have a signal if there is going to be a signal. Okay, so for the signal, it's going to be a little bit different. This is where it will come in handy, and we'll have here a var for signal, so signal, signal here. Signal here is going to be also a string that will turn into an enum, but for now, it's just known as a string. So it's going to be var called, let's see, dialogue. Yeah, dialo, or rather dialogue verse. We can call this, what can we call this? A dialogue, because it's like dialogue verse, dialogue signal, dialogue verse dot dialogue signal. I don't like the idea of that. I do know at least we can do the idea of doing, because signal also doesn't work as well. Maybe what we can do is do dialogue verse dot dialogue signal. It just doesn't roll off the tongue. So what's the thing we can say instead of dialogue verse dialogue signal? Maybe we can do dialogue verse dot, let's see, dialogue verse dot, signal. I don't like that. Maybe we can do pointer. Pointer could work. Pointer could definitely work. I remember pointers and signals kind of being somewhat, no, pointer's something else entirely. But I do like the idea of pointer. It feels at home compared to like a C++. We'll do pointer, pointer, which is a signal. And the pointer is going to be an enum. So it's going to be an, enum. We need to make sure we know the enum. And where does our signal land? I think Dialog Manager having its own signal base is a good idea. So we'll call this here a var, and we'll call this here a signal, signal, signal. And we'll call, var will be signal, and it'll be this guy here. So dialog signals, this will be null here. And this will be where, if you want to send a signal, this will be where it is, and expected a statement afterwards. Enum here, enum signal. So dialog manager dot signal, and whatever signal it is here. And then we'll also, because our dialog manager shouldn't be, it's not a global signal. So this guy here will be responsible for sending signals, receiving signals, things of that nature, which is why I'm wondering, dialog manager at least, do you exist as a global? I think we might have to go outside of it and do like a dialogue signal script. might be the thing we have to do and make it like universal, possibly, because then we can do like signal dot and then do things like that. So I'm actually going to do signals here. So we're going to do another, well, there's a lot of scripts going on here, which is why I don't want to get confused too much. dialogue_signal, dialog_signal, signal bus. So dialog signal bus. So either dialog signal dot bus dot do something, but I kind of like the idea of dialog signal. Dialog signal is just a dialog signal. This guy here as its own. And then this guy here is going to be a global. And this global here is going to be responsible for sending signals, not receiving signals, but just being our bus, so to speak. That's why I'm thinking signal bus, dialog signal bus is a better idea. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to go with that. I like the idea of dialog signal bus. That way we don't get confused with being something else. So we'll rename this to here, dialog signal, and then we'll call this dialog signal bus. Bus, I think, works out a little bit better. So we'll do this guy here, and we'll select sprite for auto load here, and we're going to do dialog signal bus, and then we'll click on OK here, we'll enable it here. And this guy is where our dialog signal, so we have a signal here, signal is going to be the enum, and then it's going to be whatever signal we want to that certain enum. So the idea is here that you would convert the signal to whatever it needs to be. So in our guy here, where it says signal, this would be where you would put the enum name at. It's then going to read that enum name and translate it to whatever signal it refers to. So for example, here we would do a guy like, let's see, translate signal. So you either do it in the signal bus or the signal manager somewhere else, but this guy here just exists so that you can do a universal guy. So you do enum signal here, and it'll be dialog signal bus dot signal blank. I don't believe it would be, but I do like the idea of that a little bit better. Signal bus, and then we have dialog signal here. Then back in our dialog manager here, and actually not in a dialog manager, we can go back to our dialog verse here. So we have a pointer, and then it's going to be a dialog signal. So dialog signal. So let's see, dialog signal. Let's see, dialogue, dialog signal bus. So let's see, dialog, dialog signal bus. Why does that not work? dialogue, and then it's going to be dialog signal here, signal, dialog signal bus. Why does that not work? Oh, no, it does. How odd. Bus dot signal. There we go. And it's going to be signal dot none by default. So we'll do signal dot none here. Signal dot none by default because nothing will happen. Signal dot none. And then we'll call this here our var, and we'll call this our argument, our argument. But we'll call this rather our signal and then underscore, but it's called pointer, so I'm thinking pointer argument. So pointer underscore argument. Pointer argument, and the pointer argument is going to be a string. So we'll just make it a string, and we'll say n/a by default. So equals n/a. n/a by default. Something like this, I think. Then what we can do is we are going to fill up our dialog manager with dialog verses, depending on what it is. And I think that'll be a little bit better. So now our dialog verse would be one line, and this guy would just add as many lines as it needs for all the different verses. So what we're then going to do is save this guy. I don't believe we'll need our dialog verse again. Now, in our dialog manager here, no, we need our dialog parser. So you, lucky you here, can get rid of that guy here. So you can see there's a script JSON to test and do it with. So we'll just do our new script here as our tester. So I'll grab this guy here. So we'll do our new script tester here, and this guy can get removed. And it says figure out how to do different systems to not rely on int. Yeah, so for that guy there, we're going to make it into, instead, I think a dialog name. And we have here, I believe our dialog manager should have a dialog name possibly. We do not. Okay, so where is our dialog name? We have our parser here. We have our verse, our signal, our script here. Yeah, so dialog script name. So let's go back to our parser here. And it's going to be our script list. And it's going to be instead our dialog manager. So dialog manager dot name. Or actually it's going to be dialog, let's see, dialog script. Let's see, dialog script, why is it an underscore? That's not good. Oh, I see. Yeah, it shouldn't be underscore. It should be like that. There we go. Dialog script, and then we're going to do here, dialog manager, go back into our parser here. So it's going to be dialog script, under no underscore there, dialog script dot name. So dot name, you can only get one name. So dialog script name, and then it's going to link to a dialog script. Dialog script, yeah. So we have the dialog script name and then the dialog script. This is what it's going to be. And we can go ahead and remove this, and this is going to be our script list. I do like that. I think that works out better. So we have a new script here, and then we have our script list, and then we have our current what's this tutorial index and all of these guys here. We don't need you, I think, at the moment, so we can go ahead and ignore those for the moment. Let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty. And with that said, what we can then do is see about our initializing. So another thing we'll have to do before we do that is go into our dialog script here. We have an @export var, current name, what name it's going to be, as well as we need to check what the, we need to make sure it has a verse. So we need to do var here, so it's going to be var, and then it's going to be verse. So lines, verses, we can do verses here, and it's going to be an array, and it's going to be an array of dialogue, DIAA, dialogue verses. So it's dialogue verses, an array of dialogue verses, and we also make sure it's set to equal default by 0. So we have var for verses. So then you're going to grab the dialogue script and go through each of the verses, and then you can go forward in the verses or backwards in the verses to get all of the information of whatever it is. That's the help here. So back in our parser here, we're going to grab our new script, which is this guy here, which is going to be our script data, temporarily, until we just load it by the full folder. But for now, it loads all of these guys into our script data. And then it says here parse script data, and this is where the fun starts. So we have a var new script. We need to change it a little bit different and add the list of spellbook. This is old code for something else because of all of its copy and pastes. So let's see. Loads all scripts into manager. So let's see. Loads all scripts, SCRIPTS. Loads all scripts. Loads all DIALOGUE, dialog scripts. And this guy here adds dialog scripts to list. So adds the dialog scripts to list. Add the dialog script to list. Script to list. There we go. Here. So we have parse script data. We take the new data. This new data is going to look a little something like this. This is an excerpt of it. That's what this guy is for line. That's what that for is. That for is checking all of what data is in here. So the hope, at least, is seeing if we can go bit by bit and find out what can be loaded. Question is how well it's going to go. I'm not too sure, but it's always a lot of fun to see. So we have a var, and we get the, actually, let me get a better image of this guy here, just so you can kind of see the parsing idea here. As if I do make this a little bigger here, and we do, let's see, a little bit bigger here. So a smidge bigger here, hold on, something like that there. I think that'll work. Actually, if I go down here a little bit, and then I make you bigger, then I slide you up a little bit more here. That should work out a little bit better. Yeah, okay. And then I'll grab this guy here so you can see it a little bit more. So we have this guy here. So there's a total here, for example, of 4 verses, 4 lines spoken. But there's that, we're not calling them lines just because of that line that's here. So we can name it to something else instead. You can call it different lines. I'm going with verses because it's like the same thing but a little bit different. My worry is that it's going to be too confusing to remember verse versus line, but I'm okay with calling it verse. I think I use verse in some other areas too. If I just type in a VERC, no, I remove verses. I used to use the word verses in a different thing, but now verses is not what's used, which is interesting. But we have this information that we need to parse through. So it's this big old script data list here, and we need to go through each of them. So we have here our dialogue script, and it's a new dialogue script. We then have a var, not for new lines. It's not what we need to do. Instead, what we need to go is we need to go through each of these guys here. So for each part, we need to add a new guy. So what I'm thinking is at least we can go ahead and remove the very first line here. Yeah, okay, actually, no, that's fine. I believe we're just going through each of these, so this should be fine. So no, we don't even need new lines here. We just need a new script. And then what we need to do is not even remove this guy here. Don't even need to do that, I believe, at least. What we need to do is for verse in new data, we need to go through each of these and modify them. So for verse and new data, what we actually need to do is so for verse new data, we first need to do a var for new underscore verse, so new verse, and it's going to be a dialogue verse, so dialogue verse, and it's going to equal dialogue verse dot new. There we go, something like that. Oh, also, before we forget as well, the script name, is there a way we can parse the data of the script name itself? Possibly. We grab the parse script here, parse data there. So it makes me wonder, can we grab the name of the data? Let's see. This does load script, var script equals new script dot data. The dot data, what does this do again? Contains the parse JSON in the variant form. Yeah, I'm just wondering, is there a way to set the name of it, or do we have to automatically do the name? I'm not too sure on that one, if there's a way to like get the JSON name, or do we have to set it in the thing? I don't think so. So it's unfortunate. I don't know if we can grab the name of, for example, the certain file we use. In this case, we use this file, but if we were to use a different file, I don't know. Because right now, at least, we can't read the folder because, at least in the version I know of for Godot, when you upload it to the web, so when you're using the web version of the game, it doesn't like reading folders and files. If it's on the computer, it's fine. But when you try to upload it to the computer or upload it online, when it's played online, it doesn't like the idea of reading files. So I can't go through like folders and folders and read through all the folders. So I have to kind of do it manually, which is a little bit tricky. And I think that's so lovely. So with that said, what I'm wondering is this going to be a case where we just have to set it by its own and do it that way? I wouldn't be too opposed to doing it. It's just a matter of if it is a thing that has to be done. For example, here it says like if script's not equal, then you have to do for data and DataScript or script data here. Yeah, okay, I think it's fine here. If script data not equal to 0, then script data here. We can always also print the script data and see what's in there. So you know what, let's try that first. Let's see what prints. So I'll do Control K here. And then what we're going to do is do a hashtag here. And then let's go ahead here and do print data. Print data. Let's just run that. Print data. We're in our dialog manager at the moment, so I should just be able to run the scene. Let's see what it prints out. What do we get? We get dialog manager.link. Yeah, so your set speech bubble is actually going to be old dialog manager.link. That should be better. An identifier old dialog manager is not in the current. Yeah, why is that? Dialog manager initialize.connect. Yeah, our set speech bubble, old dialog manager. You're in Spider, so Spider, hold on, Spider here, where are we at with Spider? Something broke. Oh no. We have you here in Spider, and we have dialog manager.link. Yeah, old dialog manager, hold on. Control Shift F, old DIALOGUEMANAGER. Old dialog manager should be its own thing now. We have .link, I see, okay. Hold on, old dialog manager here, and we have to go here. You are, oh, you're no longer a global. I got ya. In project file settings here. This is where I was talking about with the global. And hi, Jaxus, welcome in the stream. Welcome back in the stream. And congratulations on a 15 consecutive stream streak. Congratulations, Didi. And hi, Eris. How's everything going? Everything's going lovely. I'm always having a lot of fun with these sort of things. I suppose in the meantime, our dialog manager will have to have its own guy here. So we'll just very quickly go to our old dialog manager. If I can remember where it goes, I believe it's going to go inside of our parser, possibly. No, not our parser. Managers. Old dialog manager. That would go there. That would go there. Then we can click on OK and close. That gets added in. And then I think in our Spider, yes, okay, it's linked now. Let's try this again without a crash. We're just looking to see what the data is trying to print first. And have fun with code? Impossible. What do you mean? It's so much fun, I tell you. And we can see here, this is what it prints out. It prints out this. So we have, if I make this guy a little bit bigger so you can see it on the board, it's a little bit hard to see with the other guy. So I'm actually going to move this guy here for now temporarily. And I'm also going to make this guy a little bit bigger to see on screen. A little bit bigger to see on screen. If I click on you here and then I click on you here, you should be able to see it. And then I can make you guy a little bit there. Slide you over a little bit more over to here instead. So let's see if I grab you here. That should make it easier to see on screen. And I just slide you over to here. Make it a little bit smaller here. Hopefully it's more visible and understandable what's going on. And then I can now move our Purif guy back to right there. There you go. That way it's now visible everywhere when it does print out. And this wave spider is so big. Hold on. That there, wave spider, wave spider arms, and then we'll go down here a little bit, and then do that there. Okay, so this will go up here when I do enable it. But what you can see is that it is printing out this line here, and then it's printing out this line. So each of these is actually their own separate dictionaries. So it's an array of dictionaries is what we're going through at the moment. And I see the console, and it looks angry. Actually, this is good. This lets me know that I don't have a certain thing. So it's fine. This is actually likely. It's my own error codes, not the game's error codes. You can even see here it says, cannot update speech bubble, no dialogue script, which is fine. It's A-okay, good to go as well. These guys here are intended errors. So with that said, what we need to do is we want to parse each of these guys. So let's see here, dialog manager, for example, here, and our dialog parser. So if we go to dialog parser here, it's not actually going to be for data in print data here because it's printing out this guy here, then this guy here. That's not what we want in anything. That is not what we want at all. We want to gather all of this data and do it in its own area, or at least, yeah, for blank and blank, print blank. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So what we're going to do instead is, let's see, initialize script. So we'll do a function here called initialize script. So func here, and then we'll do here an initialize underscore script, initialize script. And then we're going to call it here, that there. And then we'll do a void for here. And then we'll pass in our script data. So this is going to be our script data. And if script data is not equal to null, and we'll pass this back into here. So that should hopefully make things a little bit easier. We'll then tab this guy into there. There we go. And happy mistakes. Oh, indeed, happy little accidents. This is a good type of mistake. Where's the thing of, oh, you can't see it. Hold on to my apologies. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so we do this here because I want it to be on its own. So the idea is, at least, that we do parse you there, and then we would append it to whatever name it is. So the hope is that we want it to look a little something, hold on, like this. So it's going to be initialize script, and then we grab our script data, which is going to be this guy, for example, and then we just add all these scripts. My issue is that this is not going to be good in the long run, but for now, I'm fine with something like this, and then everywhere else it does it fine. I'd be okay with that 100%. I guess my thing would be to do is you would make a dialogue script the no one, possibly like a var dialogue script, a default dialogue script, and then you would just change it out. Or actually, I suppose what you could do is have a parse script data and have it return. Okay, I got an idea here. What we'll do is, and hi, better late than ever. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Welcome in. I hope your day, or insert time zone here, has been wonderful so far. Actually, what we can do is do a get or add. What we can say is script list, and then we can do dot get or add. And this is where we can do actually this guy here, as we're going to make our own guy. So our initialize script is going to return a dialog script. So return a dialog script here. And then this here is going to return null for now. So we'll return null. So return null like that there for the moment. And then we're going to do, let's see, script list dot get or add, and it's going to add in whatever dialog script we want. In our case, we're going to do dialog script. So dialog script dot name, and this name here is going to be, oh, not new, dot name. Our name's going to be dot test because it's going to be our test script. And then we're going to do comma here, and we're going to do initialize script here. So actually, if we do something like this, I kind of like that a little bit better. It does all of it. We can set the name and everything else here, like that. So we grab the name, and this loads our test script. And if we want to add another script, it would be these two lines. I kind of like that a lot more. And now the hope is we create a var called our dialog script, and then we go through and add each verse. I like that, and that's a lot of parameters, isn't it? You can get a lot of parameters. I've had it before where actually, I think I can show you. What would it be? It would be our input button, input button settings, input button scene here. Let's see, input. If I go into our controls guy here, control screen, yeah, our control screen guy here, and we just go into this code here. Take a look at, let's see, there's this guy here that's pretty long. There's some other guys that are long. I don't know if it's this script specifically. They get long though. They get very long when they start going off the walls. This isn't even my longest one. Funny enough, hold on, Control Shift F. If I do backslash and find it, where do we use our backslash at, possibly? There should be other areas I use backslash at. If I go down here, let's see, all the way down here to my areas. If I go down to these guys here, which are mine, we have you there, backslash there. I don't know if I can show you because there's so many backslashes everywhere. I take it back. I can't show you, unfortunately. There's so many of these guys here, but I assure you, there's tons. There's tons. Okay, I'll slide this guy back over to where I can see it at. Close our control screen here. And then we need to go back into our dialog parser, and it's going to be the idea of first we need to create a dialog script. So we're going to create a var new dialog script. So actually we can go ahead and now remove this guy here, and those are forward slashes. Oh, right, okay. So forward slash is this or backslash? That backslash like that, right? That's backslash. So well, then would it be, these guys would even get close. Oh, right, ads, never mind. Okay, ads will start, while ads are going, nothing will happen, so don't you worry if you do happen to get ads. We'll be right back. I'll do some stretches while we're waiting on the ads. Back, forward. Oh, I see, Gaia. Thank you for that one. Thank you. We'll do those things now, and then when we come back, we'll continue for the last hour of stream. Tasty. Tea is always so delightful. I don't even think that works. Beautiful works, but delightful? I think that's stretching it. A little bit. And while we're waiting for the ad breaks, though, why don't we go ahead and do some stretches? We'll start from going to the left here a little bit. And then we'll want to go to the right here a little bit. And then we'll want to go back a little bit. And then we'll want to go to the front a little bit. And then we'll want to go to the right here in last hour stream. How about 2 last hours of streams? We did that the other day. That was a whole 5-hour stream. I was so surprised. We'll go to the right here a smidge. And then we'll go to the left here a smidge. And then we'll also go, another one you can use, you can hold it for here for like a minute or so, but we don't have time for a minute, we only get 3. So we can hold this for a second or 2. We can also hold this one, oh, as I die. We can also hold this one and you can go down. That's another one to use, you're looking down. And Ben's second breaks, dice, complaints. Hi, if an over the shocks is if anything hurts, breaks, cracks, or anything worse than call Dr. Cole, don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything. Do at your own discretion. I'm not the one to be held at fault. Let's go to the right here a little bit. And then go down a little bit here. And then go to the left a little bit here. And then we can go to the right a little bit here. And it's not like the jaw togethers always go overtime. The thing is, it's like, I always want to say, all right, this will be the last one we do. But the thing is, I never know if the last one we do is going to be 30 minutes until the end, or 10 minutes, or 20 minutes. So I'd rather make sure we squeeze one in there. And I find as well the fact that draw togethers don't last as long. And coincidentally, if you're working on this because I'm actually writing, or coincidental that you're working on this because I'm actually writing a dialogue system for my game currently, while rewriting and replacing the serialized format with a writing tool. Oh, better late than never. Would you mind sharing a little bit then? I'm curious. I've never made a dialogue system before, so this is a lot of trial and error. But how does your system work? I am curious, as this is the first time in creating a dialogue system. I made a monologue system, but I haven't ever made a dialogue system. So a lot of this is new to me and trial and error, seeing how well can I do ideas. And just one more thing. What is that? Hold on. What is that? Oh, for a second I thought it was me. It was purple. That's not me. Okay. We're good there. It's like a little bug fairy creature. That is adorable. Oh, I thought it was like me, big eyes and a little smile. And it was staring into my soul. I wasn't prepared at all. Oh my. Let me get a little bit more tea here as we're waiting. What do you mean? It looks just like you. Aside from being purple and Fruity Plume, my beloved. Let me get a little bit more tea here while we're waiting. Tasty. Tea is always so good. Tea, coffee. What else? So there's also like matcha. I've been enjoying matcha recently. Like a matcha latte. That's pretty tasty too. And that's it though. Rats are back. So welcome back from the outbreak. Welcome back in. You've missed not a thing. And tea has been consumed. Oh, that is what you missed. You missed tea being consumed. But aside from tea being consumed, nothing else. So shall we continue with everything? So let's see here. What we need to do is return our dialogue script. So we do here a var new dialogue script. We then go into here, and what we're going to do is we need to grab the data as well as our dialogue script, and then we're going to add it into the dialogue script. Currently it's a bit clunky. I store the sequence of dialogue boxes directly in the localization Excel. I do that too, not Excel. I do it in Google Docs, but that's Google Sheets. But Excel, exported to Google, and then I call it sequence using a name like name, like it's parsed into data list like dialogue name to 0, which pulls from the file automatically and dialogue name. Ooh. I don't know about the name 0, and then name 1. That sounds painful. That's what I'm trying to avoid at the moment. My older system worked like that. My monologue system, it parsed everything by like what is it called? Not an index, an ID. An ID where I did like ID 1, ID 2, ID 0. I didn't like it, so I'm hoping at least our dialogue name here will be a little bit better than an enum, and a little bit better than int. An int or enum is still an int, but it reads better. And the strings themselves store the information as like emotion character. Excuse me, emotion, character, speech, happy, gabby, hello, and it uses this to grab this right and voice. It sounds pretty similar to what I'm working on then. And have you uploaded the updated palette outside of Draw Together? Not yet, check. I plan to do that on Monday or later today when I also publish the Draw Together. As the Draw Together that happened on Friday has also not been published yet. I have plans, I tell you. Oh my, I can't send it over in Discord if you'd like super duper quickly. Hold on. If I very quickly grab this guy here and I send it in to do stream discussion here super duper quickly, and then I were to go to our actor sprite. So hold on, it's here very easily. If I can just grab the sprite currently, grab that guy here, go to our materials here, and nah, I can wait. I've got time. All right then. Oh, thank you for your patience. And that's what I'm in the middle of rewriting. That's why I'm in the middle of rewriting it. Gonna use a resource to store the list of sequentials directly, then pull from the local explicitly rather than searching implicitly. Interesting, friend. I also used to use JSON for even before that, but found it to be bad. I do love JSON. Out of all the things I've been doing, JSON's great. I say it as I'm also parsing the JSON at the moment, but once you get it going, it feels like it reads lovely. So, speaking of reading, what we'll need to do is we'll need to return the new script. Something like that there. And also what we're going to do is we need to check to see if the dialogue has been completely filled out. If the dialogue is empty, if there is an error in the dialogue, we need to make sure that the game, or actually I guess Signal being empty isn't too bad if the signal's none and the argument's none. So, you know what? Actually, I think it's okay. I think we're good to go on that one there. So, I take it back. We just return the script, whatever the script gives us. And it's nice for a programmer, but I need to write it for a ton of dialogue, so it'll be far easier with the tool I'm writing. Yeah, that's the thing. Easy enough for a programmer, but how easy is it for the writing? And I want to write a lot of dialogue, so I need a good, concrete, and robust system working. We have here return new script, and then we get the script list, and it adds the script into here. So I think these 2 lines to add a new script, good to go there. So then what we'll do here is we're going to parse the data, and what you saw before, how the data is all of this. So we have speaker, we have emotion, we have neutral, or all of those guys here. So what we're going to do now is we should be able to convert it. And I forget how to do it. I always forget. How do you convert a string into an enum? I believe it's find key, possibly. We'll see. What we'll do then is we will do for verse and new data. Oh, we also need to add in the dictionary, or not add the dictionary, but add a dialogue script. So let's see, we need to do here, script, S-C-R-I-P-T. A script is going to be a dialogue script, so dialogue script, so dialogue script here. And then we'll also add into here our, not that there, so it doesn't need to be printed anymore. We'll just parse the data here, and we'll take in our dialogue script. So new script, new underscore script will go here. Yep, okay. And with that said, we go for here, and then we do that there. And able to add dialogue sequences and add a list of dialogue objects to it. Ooh, character portraits. Oh yeah. Right now I'm making a way for everyone to go at once. But if I wanted to have a system with multiple actors on screen, that's not possible at the moment. That is very robust. And just so you could instantly add any character emotions to the object, that's pretty neat. And character portraits are automatically pulled from resources to use the popular Godot buttons. Ooh, that is fancy. That's fancy. I'm hoping I don't have to go too fancy. This is the second game I've ever made, and I've been working on it for almost 2 years. And the first game I made in under 24 hours, so I'm very new to all of this. And my hope is to keep it simple and sweet. I just want to make sure a game is created and it can be published. And then the next game I make, we can go a little bit more robust. So I'm trying to keep it as simple and as small as possible. Let's see here. I'll remove that guy. And then now in our parse script data, what we're going to do is for verse and new data, we create, and this is where I'm thinking for verse new data, it's actually just going to be this here. So we don't even need to do a for, truth be told. All we can do, or all we have to do, is do script dot, so script dot, and then it's going to be script dot speaker, so script dot name equals, and then we would do here our, let's see, actor dot name. So actor dot name would go here. Actor dot name dot none for now. So it would be script dot name. And then we're going to grab our script dot emotion. So this is going to be our script dot emotion. So emotion, hold on, emo. And why are you angry? You cannot assign a new value to a constant. Script dot name equals actor dot name dot none. Ooh, hold on. It's going to be, yeah, script dot name equals actor dot name dot none. Why are you angry? Cannot assign a value to a constant. Hold on, let me just comment all of this out here. Why are you angry? Script.name equals, you're not a constant though, or you shouldn't be a constant at least. You are current name. Okay, you know what? I take it back. Script.current name equals that there. I cannot assign a value of actor.name to dialogue script.name. I see. Okay, so script.current name is script.current name here. We're going to need to have a dialogue verse here. So var dialogue verse. It's going to create our own guy here. So we create a new dialogue verse, and this new verse dot name, and it's going to be current name. So new verse dot current name, or hold on, let's see, dot name, just double checking here. Why are you happy now? How odd. Our dialogue verse is going to be dot, okay, never mind, I take it back. It's going to be dot speaker. I don't know why it says the other guys, but that's okay. Dot name, yeah, it says like it knows that that's actually supposed to be the thing. So new verse dot speaker is going to be our actor, and whatever actor name none. And actually what we can do too is just kind of copy all of these guys here. You don't mind if I just yoink ya, do ya? No, you're fine. And then we'll paste all of these guys here, and then we can go here, and if I hold down alt, I can select all of them, and then I can use backspace, and then you can use tab here, and then we're also going to do new underscore verse dot, and that should get rid or assign all of them, and then I can just remove this guy here for all of our equals. So this guy here is going to be new emotion equal to, this is going to be line equal to, then this is going to be this guy equal to, and then this guy is going to be equal to, and now we just need to do string into enum. So we'll see if we can do that. And also what you'll see is new verse here, and then what we'll do here is do script, S-C-R-I-P-T, script dot, and then we'll here have verses dot append, and we'll append here our new verse, new underscore verse. So that's that idea at least. It's going to be just this. this, and this, and it'll add everything, hopefully, that we need. Now, whether or not we know what to do, know what to do with that data, not yet, but this is the idea. Now we'll just have to fill in the blanks, which are here. So we have new verse, at least, new verse speaker. How do we turn an enum into a string? Well, good news is that we've done this in the past, so we can just look at old data. What we can see is, if I save this guy here, we then go into our parsers, as I do have a lot of parsers here, so P-A-R-S-E-R. If we go into, for example, here, our flavor parser, what we should be able to see here is if blank.blank has blank get, so parse flavor combo. We can also see for, so go through the dictionary and add each key and value. So we have here get flavor. Where's our parse at? That's what I'm looking for. Set flavor print. We have here our get flavor. We have here our get flavor from combo. Looking for parse flavor combo. Yeah, I guess it would be here, and we would do blank dot get or add, and if blank has blank, and then we remove the blank, or we get it, and then we set the base flavor. The base flavor is think blank dot blank. So we do base there. So we'll copy this here, and I put some screenshots in GDScript if you want to see. Oh, I surely can. Give me a second to finish this train of thought, but I can surely take a look indeedy. Let's see here. We do blank dot blank, and then we do dot get. I think it's dot get. It's the blank dot blank. Yeah, blank dot get, I think. So what you do is you copy here, and then I think what you would do is back in our parser here. So let's see. And hi, Mauno, maybe, possibly, yeah. And welcome to the stream, welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong in the name. I do tend to butcher them. And are you using Git for this game? Yes, indeed. I am using Git for version control. As I learned my lesson a long time ago when it came to games getting corrupted because I didn't have backup. So yes, indeed. Now for version control, I use Git, and for the engine, I use Godot, and for the language, I use GDScript. So let's see here. Let's go to our parser here, and we need to go to our dialog parser in here. And what we need to do is do new speaker here, get. Now, hold on. If we do this guy here, I believe this should work. So it's going to be cookbook.flavor. It's not going to be cookbook.flavor. It's actually going to be actor. Oh, hold on. Actually, actor.name.none copy you, then redo you. And then it's going to be actor. Hold on. Actor. And then it's going to be actor.name.get. And then what it's going to be is this guy here. So it's going to be speaker here. So speaker here, S-P-E-A-K-E-R. Now, what makes me wonder is that if the speakers, if we get an error, what are we gonna do? I don't know yet, but that's there for now, temporarily. So then we'll go here, and it's going to be actor.emotion. So here we'll also do E-M-O-T-I-O-N. Emotion would go here. And we'll also have to make sure the emotion name is as, are you a different name? Are you capital? I don't believe so. That's fine. We'll do S-P-E-I-K-E-R, speaker here. And then we have here E-M-O-T-I-O-N. So our speaker, our emotion. Here's where we would get the line at. So we're just going to go here, and we should be able to do new data and grab the line here. So it's going to be new data, and then it's going to be oh, hold on. I did this wrong. Hold on. It's going to be line here. So line here, line here, line here. And it's actually going to be new data not capsulating, but that. And then we would do this guy here. So new data, and then we would grab our speaker, we got our emotion, we would grab our line. And now this guy here, we would get the pointers or whatever the signal is. In this case, we will grab and see about grabbing not our new data here. We're going to do S-I-G-N-A-L, signal here. And we're also going to grab here our argument. So this is going to be here. This is going to be argument. So this guy would go here. New data line is this going to be our A-R-G-U-M-E-N-T, argument. And then from here, what we can say is, let's see. What we can do is new data line here. And what I want to know is if it's empty or if it doesn't contain anything. Like this guy here, does this count as empty or does it count as just not filled in? I'm not too sure. If I go just very quickly into our Obsidian here, let me just double check our spreadsheet here. Yeah, it's not, there's nothing in there. So I'm thinking empty can work if it equals that. So I'll copy that guy for just a quick second here. But our new line, would go here, and then we have our pointer. So for this guy here, it's going to be our dialogue, D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, dialogue, and then it's going to be our dialogue signal bus. Dot, and it's not going to be dot name, or actually, is it going to be dot name? I think it might. Hold on. Dialogue signal bus dot. Let me go into. It won't let me go into the signal bus. Hold on. Bus here. Bus should have a name. Yes. Oh, dot signal. I see. Okay. Dot signal. So dialogue signal bus dot signal, S-I-G-N-A-L, signal dot get. Something like that. And it'll have a signal or it won't have a signal. And what I'd like to do is, I'm curious to see about failsafe, so we'll have to add failsafe options to this, but we'll only have to do it here, which is also a good point. Also, for our signal guy here, we should have like a null, I think. So our dot signal here does have a null. We also need to have one for wave underscore spider underscore arms. This is where the signal will go, wave spider arms. And that would be wave spider arms here and wave spider arms here. So signal here, there would also be, for example, here a signal called send underscore text text here would be another signal you would add. And the idea is that these signals are only once in a lifetime choices or once in a lifetime things that you'd use. And then you would have here the signal of the name. So that's the hope of combining them together. That said, now we go into dialog parser here. And then what we'll do is do dot get signal there. And then we have new data argument here. And then we would append the new verse. And that, I think, is the idea. I don't know how else it's going to work, so we'll have to see. But that said, let me clear my nose, and then we can take a look at your work better like than ever. Give me one old second here as I get a little bit of tissue, and then I can go ahead and clear my own nose here. Is that contrarian? What if I want to make that one lifetime choice twice? Oh my, hold on, let me go back to here. And where do we have it in, you said you put it in game of discussion. Okay, let me go to there. And then if I go down to here, dialogue tool text thingy. Ooh, hold on. Can I possibly very quickly show this, as I'm curious to see. If I go into our chatting, no, not wouldn't be chatting, it would be our planning guy here. And then if I enable you here, you should be able to see it. Possibly if I click on this guy here, are you visible? You should be a little bit visible here. That's good to go, I think. Possibly if I just slide you over here and make you a little bit smaller. Hold on. I just do, actually undo you here, redo you here. So you're going to be that guy there. Yep. And then let's see, make sure you're that guy there. Yeah. And then oh, why isn't it showing though? Hold on. You there, and then you there. Yep. Okay. And then click on OK here. And then if I make you a little bit smaller here, I believe that'll work. So if we do transition here, you should be able to see it. And you die and revive! I am alive once more! Born again! What's on? It's from Marvel Rivals. I forget who says born again. I think it might be Adam. But this is from Better Late Than Never. We have a node name here. And oh, this is really fancy. Yeah. Oh, that's neat. And you have like a drag and drop. Oh yeah, that's super duper neat. And the emotions too, oh, that's adorable as well. And testing, that is fancy. And I think it's Batman. It's from, well, I guess Marvel. Marvel's not bad. It's definitely not Batman. He's DC. I'm talking about Marvel here. And then test object. Yeah, that's super fancy and very robust. Hopefully I don't have to do anything like that. And look at the little baby. Hey, I know. A grown baby right there. I like how you had the little tooth there too and little curly hair. Oh, this is lovely. It's things like this that no one's ever really going to see this unless something's gone wrong. But little things like this are what I enjoy about like debug testing tools and being charming. Okay. So Super Mario, did you just mention Marvel Rivals? I have not touched that game in forever, and I don't plan to ever touch it again. But it was fun while it was, and I did play a little bit of Adam, but no one really clicked for me. Let me bring you back into programming here. Thank you for sharing a mildly horrifying image. It's a great, and it can be both great and horrifying, truth be told. It can be all of the above. And yes, my friend does all the art except for the baby. No, that was my baby. That's all me, baby. Oh my. I like how all of it was done by your friend, but the baby, you had to do the baby. Oh my. Let's go back to here and let's see about and delete the mod. Let's do our initialize here. And then what I would like to do is I would like to do if we do dot get here, it's going to get, let's see, get you there. Yeah, if it's null is what I'm wondering. It doesn't matter if it's null. I guess we can see about our parser here and see what it prints. So I'm going to print next here is I'm going to then print upon our initialization. I'm going to print our script list. So script list, and I should just be able to do script list here and then our dialog script name test. if I just copy you here, do you here, and paste you here, let's see what happens when we click on print. And hi, El Strike Luna, welcome to stream, welcome in. An interesting pull for my YouTube recommendations. This looks neat. Oh, thank you, and I'm glad to hear YouTube's doing its thing. Welcome in the stream, welcome in. Currently, I am working on a dialogue system. I've never made a dialogue system before. Once I made this is how you can tell I've never made a dialogue system before. So all of this is new to me in trial and error, but I hope you do enjoy. Let's see here. We're trying to make, at least at the moment, a dialogue system to games like if you've ever seen Undertale before, or Undertale Adulterin. If I very quickly grab this guy here, I can give you a quick show of the goal at least. So, what we're working on is something like this. This is the end game. The idea is that we'll have a profile for the characters, whatever character it should be, the profile of it, so the art, the emotion of the character, as well as the text that should pop up on screen when everything goes by. So, we're going for that. So, a character, an emotion, text that shows up, and anything else. So, a signal or a pointer to say, hey, this character needs to do a little dance when they say this thing. That's the hope behind finding all of that information. So if I bring you back into here, hopefully this bit can make a little bit more sense. You can see how it's a speaker, emotion, line, signal, argument. That's what that is. And I see, yeah. Hopefully that gave you the, what's the word, the top-down idea of everything. I think that's how you say it. I definitely don't think that's how you say it. I gotta hope it is. Let's see here. So why is this angry? We have invalid assignment property or key get emotion with a variable type nil in dialogue verse. Interesting, yeah, how about you just change your mind? Oh. I figured it out. I'm just gonna do, yeah. Okay, so now give it a go, Godot. Surely, hopefully it runs swimmingly well and it'll be a 1-time or I guess a 2-time. Okay, so good news is at least, we got down to here and now it's saying that it is a property of nil, which is interesting here. We have our dialogue bus signal.get, where we get the signal here. And, classic error. The classic, you error, you shouldn't have. Oh my. We have here our signal, S-I-G-N-A-L. S-I-G-N-A-L, I do write that correctly. We have here a dialogue signal bus.get. And we have here a new verse.pointer, which is supposed to be a dialogue signal bus.signal. So, why are you mad, huh? You wanna fess it up? We have dialogue signal.bus.get. If I paste this into here, it should be the same exact thing. It is the same exact thing. And hi, V-Rex Grimmery, possibly, maybe Grimmery could work as well. And please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. I do tend to butcher, I do tend to butcher names, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome in. Hello, and hi. Oh my, let's see here. So, why are you mad? It says assignment invalid, a property nil on base object. Oh, yes. So, we need to see if it gives us null, or if the so-and-so thing gives us null, then we need to know, possibly, because it's saying invalid argument on sign null, which makes a lot of sense because if you see right here, look how it says null here. So what I'm wondering is there a function we can run to see if a certain thing gives us a certain thing? Maybe no way, I could do Dev. Indeed, I'm favorite Rex then. Welcome in the stream, Rex. Welcome in. Indeed, I am a Godot game dev. A beginner, but I am one. And she'll take your brains or organs depending on her mood. It's not true, and it's not the name she butchers. It will be fooled by her cute face. You can't go just doing that. New data has that signal, I believe. Yeah, but I think what might be a little bit better is think if we can make a function, because if we do blank has blank for this one, we'd have to do it for all of these. So I'm thinking some sort of function possibly could maybe work instead in the sense of returning whatever it is. So what you would do here, and this is just an idea, but you would do function and you would do get, it'd be like a get variable, V-A-R-I-A-B-L-E. This is get variable. You would put then the variable to get, so V-A-R-I-A-B-L-E variable to underscore get. And then I'm thinking you would return the variable. Oh, what would you return? Oh, that's tricky. Oh, I take it back. I don't like this at all. Return, and then it would be variable to get. No, that just feels wrong. And ew, I just noticed, but is that a built-in to-do list into the engine? It isn't indeed. It is indeed. Funny enough, it's one of the plugins that I don't use, but I don't know the name offhand. It's like, if I go up here, I might be able to find it for you. It's called To-Do Manager. I was able to find it by going into the asset store. I tried looking for it the other day when someone spotted it, but it seems to be the case that it's outdated, so I have an older version, so that might not be why To-Do Manager shows up as I do. TODOMANAGER, To-Do Manager. I don't think it's going to show up, unfortunately, but if you Google it, you should be able to find it. It was very popular back in the day, especially when it was like top 10 Godot plugins that you should be using. And I notes down, yeah, I do think you should. It's a great and handy dandy thing. Oh, Sticky Scribe, hold on, what's that? Sticky Scribe's a lightweight to-do list. Ooh, maybe look at the Sticky Scribe. It seems pretty neat. And fellow Godot dev, by the way, well, welcome in, fellow Godot dev. There's not enough. So the more that can happen, the more that are signed and agreed upon, the more Godot, the better, I say. Let's see. So we'll go back to dialogue parser here. I was thinking of doing something like this, but I don't like it. So what I'm thinking is, at least, right? Maybe we have to do some setters. Maybe if we make some setters, that'll be our best way to do it. So what I'm thinking is var, and then we do here. Oh, okay, never mind. We're just moving it somewhere else. I don't like it, but it might have to work for our case. So it would be a thing of var, not var, it'd be a function of set speaker. So set underscore speaker, S-P-E-A-K-E-R. You would take the new speaker to add, so new underscore S-P-A-K-E-R, new speaker underscore to underscore add, new speaker to add. And then it's going to be something like this guy here, and then a void here, or yeah, a void here. And then what we're going to do is do, how can we do this? I guess it could be a void, maybe, possibly. And then you would say, for example here, if new speaker to add is null, if new speaker to add equals null, then you would do something. You would set new speaker to, you would set, for example, if not equal to null. There we are. If not equal to null. So if not equal to null. So if not equal, then we go ahead and set our speaker to new speaker. So equal to new speaker. Something like that, I think, would work. But the issue is, I think we could make this into its own, and this isn't even our final form. You sound like you're rapping. Oh my. It makes me think, I'm not a good rapper. I can let you know that. I've been listening to Hamilton on and off, but when the rap part happens, I just go blah, 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 blah. Oh my. Let's see. That said, an MCEE on the track in this house. Oh my, that sounds about right, yeah. And I'm pretty sure those are lyrics going Is there a way we can maybe make this like a function? Like, what if we were to do variable to set, something like that? A variable, okay, maybe what we can do is do a function for set new underscore variable, set new variable, right? And then what we do is do variable variable underscore to underscore set, and then we have new underscore variable, new variable, and then we say if the variable to set is equal to null, otherwise we're going to set it to here, and then we do our variable to set, or yeah, like that, and then our new variable actually has to be that there. Maybe? And then we take this guy here, we drag and drop it into our utility. So utility would go here, for example, somewhere there. And then we would go somewhere here. We can do it, I'm guessing, in debug. Maybe we can do it in the signals here. I can say now, to those of you that know what you're doing, I know how long this is and how painful it is to look at. I have not modified this script here. It's about 2 years old, almost. It will be 2 years old. Ted's birthday will be turning 2 years next month, but I haven't refactored or deleted anything here. A lot of it's dead code because I'm always using this script, so I'm saving it to be refactored when I get to a demo and a solid version of the game. Then I'll go back and clean everything. And I turn this out lovely. So let's see. I'm thinking player entity ghost customer. Tutorial, spell casting, we have dish, debug, internal signals. I'm guessing that's what we here. So no, actually no, it doesn't even have to be a signal. We're doing a function. So we just do reset universal here, for example, and then we have here, oh, undo, not you there. We do a function here and we call it function dot set new variable. And if not equal to you there, something like that, then I think can work. And then what we can say is in our dialogue parser here, so our parser can go back to, like, let's see here. And now reading old code is the worst of my nightmares. I love reading old code. I love refactoring. The issue is just, if I start refactoring, never stop refactoring. So I've refactored everything else in my code. It's all up to date except for the script. So everything you see here, all of these have been refactored. Not recently, as in the case of, since refactoring, I've added new files that I haven't gone back to look at, but this is the old code. This is as old as the code gets. And I just flipped from project to project and never finished, or I just never finished anything. Oh, that's not good. I do hope you're able to like get something concrete. At least the good news is that you're doing something, even if it's not being completed. Half the battle is doing. The other half of the battle is completing. So I do say hats off to you for doing. I never had to read old code if you don't get to do projects. Big brain mode. Let's go here to parser here and let's see. I did read that as well. Yep, I'm trying. Yeah, as long as you're trying, that's all I can. That's all you can really ask for. Because it's the thing of, even if you try, even if you fail, technically you still try. So it's not a if you're able to do it well. Just can you try? And you're trying, so you're doing great, I'd say. Let's see. If we go back to our dialogue parser. Instead of this, what I'm thinking is that I'm gonna make something. I believe in the youth that believes in your dreams. Just do it! Make your dreams come true! Let's see here. What I'd like to do then is I'd like to remove all of this here, and then we'll save this guy here. And the hope of making our other guy is, and if you're gonna finish, if you finish the game fast enough, you never have to read old code. That's true too. If you're optimal, then technically speaking, let's see here, we'll do utility dot set variable, so set underscore variable, set new variable, and this is where we would do then, let's see if I grab all of these guys here, I would grab you, and I'm selecting all of the lines by holding down Alt, so hold down Alt, and I'll click, 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 click here, and then I'll erase all of these, and then I'll do comma space, and then hopefully if we just kind of do, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I can just kind of maybe grab that guy here, paste it into here, and then we have our line, something like that. And you're right. You're right. And today was pretty good for me. I finished the whole implant today. And my core game mechanic are implants. Oh, how fun. And I make it like a sane divis cyberpunk. Oh, I thought that's what you meant by implant. I'm not too much of like a sci-fi knower or fan of things, but I do remember like implants being like microchips or something like that. That does ring a bell. Let me remove this guy here. We do this here. So the idea behind doing the set variable function is that hopefully it'll do it on its own, and we do something like that. So this guy will do our clause case, and it'll check everything for us. So if I am to be hoping that this will do what I hope it will do, fingers crossed, let's see how well, and if you, I did read this one, lovely, and I ship it, and then it's the player's problem. Oh boy. Let's see, if we click on play now, do we get an error? We get no error. Would you look at that? Okay, all right. Well then, this is the part now where we make a save. And this slows down in time for the user. Ooh, like a time sci-fi sort of game then? And I just like the idea of losing to the humanity and organic parts with exchange of implant flowers, but with technolized aesthetic. So like a there's an aesthetic out there where it's like advanced technology, but it's like eco-green. I forget, it was like a Sims pack, and I'll rather increase their reaction cognitive speed. Let's see here. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. I mean, when you increase the speed of the mind, let's see here. We'll do backup here. We'll save the backup, commit, and push. So any changes going further, I can have a backup if need be. Solarpunk, yes, Solarpunk. That's what it reminds me of. Solarpunk, the idea of like, it's green, but it's still pretty like cybery. And Solarpunk, yeah, Solarpunk or Biopunk. Yep, that's the thing I'm thinking of. Is it like that? Right, is it like that, Rex? Possibly, perhaps. And let's see here. That there. Okay, so now what we can do is do print script list data.name, and what we're going to do here is do dot, and then we're going to do versus. What is this going to print? It should print out some information, hopefully, if we click on run current scene. What is it going to give us? Let's see. We get node. All right. It does give us an array of lines. Now what we're going to do is we need a way to print out the data itself, and it should not be that hard as we have another tool at our disposal. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go to our dialog first here, and we're going to do var here for print data, and then it's going to be a void, so we'll be able to call it outside. And what we're going to do here is, I believe we should be able to do, let's see here, do I have it as a print? Hold on, utility go into our utility guy here, there should be like a few print functions I have. We have here remove highlights, reset universal, there's print dictionary. It's not a dictionary though, it's just a lot of nodes. So get name of node, nope, convert seconds, is in range, nope, that's not what we're looking for. Get sprite from path, check within range, get key name as string, that's not it, no, debug info, nope, that's not it. We have print debug message, we could definitely do that. Print debug separator, yeah, let's do that. I like that instead. And not like that really, it's more gross nihilistic version of it. Technolize is an anime aesthetic. It tells already how organically gross it is. Implant-wise, oh, I don't even know if I want to look into it. Oh my, it just said, yeah, the fact he says it's gross, it makes me think like maybe it's more gory than possibly, maybe? Let me copy this guy here, and we need to print out our data to understand if it is what we're looking for. So we'll go ahead, and how do we want to print out the data? That becomes our next step. So if we go back into our dialog parser here, so our parser, where's our parser at? Why do we have a flavor parser? We don't need a flavor parser. We don't need the dictionary guy either. We don't need Jason here. Jason, you can go away. Spider, don't need you either. Our script parser, yep, I think that's it. Nope, it's not a script parser. Is it? No, you're not our script. It's our old dialog parser here. Dialog parser, dialog parser. Yes, dialog parser. And then we need to go into our dialog verse here. Now, the question becomes, how do we want to print our verse? I feel like the idea of it printing out the speaker, the emotion line, I think that could work. I think that could definitely work. So the question becomes, how do we do that? I think what we're going to have to do is a utility dot print data. So print underscore data. Why is it angry? Var. That would help, wouldn't it? Yeah, one of those. There we go. Okay, so utility dot print debug. It's print debug, I believe. Print debug. Yep, print debug message. And now our message is going to be a few things. This is where we're going to put our speaker at, all of our other guys here. So we're going to actually comment this guy out for now. Let's make instead a var for data string underscore string here. Let's make it into a string. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to do speaker, or rather, how can we do like a dialogue, do you think? I'm thinking what we can say is this guy here is going to be our percent string. This is going to be our signal. And then what I'm thinking is we can have arguments. So we can have another signal here. So percent S here. So our signal and then our arguments will go here. And then we'll have a space here. This is where the speaker is going to go. So the speaker goes here. So percent S here. And I also think here we can do a little line here. So we do, this is going to be our pointer. So our signal. This is going to be our argument for our signal. This is then going to be our speaker name. So what are they speaking? And their emotion is going to go here. So we can go ahead and do a percent S here for our emotion. And then what we're going to have here is their line. So we'll go ahead and do another percent S here for line. It's going to look a little something like this. And what we'll then be able to do is, hopefully, if I remember how to do this correctly, we would then go for our data string here. And then we're going to do percent. And now, this is where it gets a little bit tricky, Hopsla. There's a lot of things we'd have to write down, but it shouldn't be too hard. What you have to do is you would do actor name, so actor dot, or rather, it's not going to be actor name first. I can actually just copy this guy. That might be easier to do. So you do blank here, find key. So it's going to be first our pointer. So we do the here dot find key. So dot find key, and it's going to be our pointer here. And this will give us our string. So it's going to be blank dot find key, and it's going to be our pointer argument. So pointer argument here. And after our pointer argument is going to come the speaker name. So this is where we do actor.name.findKey. So we do actor.name.findKey. So actor.name.findKey would work here. And then we would have here our speaker. So speaker here. And then after our actor, what we then have is our emotion. So we're going to do here our actor emotion.findKey here. So we just do this guy here. Actor emotion.findKey. And then we're going to do here our emotion. And then lastly, we do here our line. So line would go here. Something like that here. But the issue is just it's a very long line. Bro, you go too fast. I'm slow. Hey, model, I gotta model everything and make the art. I'm really scared of rigging. Don't be scared at all. The thing is, if you fail, if it doesn't turn out the way you want, you can give the excuse that it was your first time, that you're still a beginner. So technically speaking, how can you ask so much out of a beginner? If you were to give a baby a paintbrush and you were to tell it to paint like Picasso, is the baby actually going to paint like Picasso? No, it's probably going to drool on the board and call it art. So I would say have no fear at all in trying your family and slap it and augurate pro Maximo. Oh yeah, Miximo. I have heard about Miximo. You go to baby. No, I said I didn't know. Oh my! We need to do a backline here, I believe. Backline here. And oh, hold on, it's not a backline. Backline, right? That's backline, and you would do that there. And too few arguments. Okay, yeah, it's fine. So we'll do this guy here. And then we have to do this, and we set this to be self. So we set that to be self. And then what we need to say is color, and it's going to be the color of regular. So we can do utility here, utility dot, utility dot debug message. So debug color, and we'll set this to be notify, I suppose. But I don't like the idea of doing notify. I kind of want to do just a regular guy. So you know what? Actually, we'll not do that. We're just gonna print. Yeah, let's print here, and then oh, hold on. print. It's been forever since I've used print. We'll just do a print here, as I think that looks a little bit better. Print here. There we go. And I do this one. Lovely. Yeah, print here. If anything, I think utility has one for like a print color. Let's see if we go down here. We have our debug colors. Debug colors here. We have our separators that string to color. Yeah. Put string in brackets. Print debug message. Yeah, I don't want it to print like this. I want it to print as its own thing. So I think that's okay. And in that case, what we can do is in our dialog parser here, we have our dialog verse, and our dialog verse will print out all of this for us without having to worry about a thing. Oh, hold on. Without having to worry about a thing. So now what we can do is go to our dialog list. So our dialog CSC, our dialog script here. And what we can say is for a function. So we can say function, and then we can say print data. So print underscore data. And then what we can do is do a void here, void like this. And then, and I am one, and that's why I was thinking, yeah, if I didn't watch the tutorial, because I'm just scripting right now, but I'll probably need some custom animations, unfortunately, and I am one now, I guess. No. I just meant inexperienced. I can say as well, I am very inexperienced looking out, but I am learning every day, and I'm trying a little bit here and there, so things are working out, and it's been almost 2 years of working on this game specifically, and there's been times where it felt like, is this game going to come out? But you know what? Yes it is. It might take me maybe another year, I hope not. But, you know, time is time, I suppose. Oh my, let's go ahead here. And what we'll want to do is for verse in versus, we'll want to go ahead and print out. Yeah, so we'll print out here, print, and then we'll do, or not, actually, we'll just do verse.print. Verse.print, print data, like that there. And then we'll go ahead and print out a line separator. So we can do utility dot, and then we'll go ahead and print out here, print debug separator here. And then we'll also print out here, let's see, debug separator there. And then I want to do like a print title. So I'm thinking here, utility dot, and then we'll do print here, debug message here. And then we'll go ahead and do here, name dot, and that's going to be name dot find key. And then it's going to be our current name, so current name here, current name. And then we'll also do here dot, and I want to do, what is it called? Camel case? It's not camel case, it's like, what's the one? We've done this before with our find key, but it's like shrinking it down. If you paint Picasso on a baby, it'd probably cry. I'm not gonna lie, I would too. Oh my, the thing is, the baby wouldn't even understand what you're talking about. And yeah, I suppose, but if you pat on the back and go, there, paint it. And let's see here, then either 3 of the 3 I recommended races, depending on the game engine, or if you want to do try hand, Cascadier, possibly, and Snake Case, yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Thank you, Matt, thank you, and welcome into stream, and welcome to you as well, Sonic Edits, welcome into stream. Yes, camel case. Let me see, Godot for, there's a way to translate into camel case. Godot for camel case. You know, actually, I should just be able to take a look and see. If I go into my options menu, it should be in my options menu if I'm not mistaken here. Not options tab, options menu. Options screen, really. Options underscore screen. Options menu screen, yeah, you here. You should have the thing I'm looking for. It should be able to print it to boxes here. We have our tab container settings panel here. Our book guy here, you there. Where do we set your ready there, your enable, your disable there, your pause on exit? Where do we do that? Our restart, nope, that's not it. Controls menu, that's actually the controls menu that I'm looking at. Controls menu, control underscore screen, control screen. Here we are, control screen. This is the guy I'm actually looking for here. Yeah, okay. And then for our button, at least, when we're making our button, I believe it should set it, or am I thinking of something else entirely? I'm definitely looking into it. That's good. And hello, all over again, Sonic Edits. I'm wondering, where did it go? It was like a make button for whatever we were looking for. Maybe it's something else I'm thinking of, possibly. No, I'm sure if it was something else, but I can't remember exactly where it would be at this moment in time, which is not good. You know what? Let's just go into our options screen then. Options menu screen. Options menu screen. Is this the screen I'm looking for? Yes. And then I'm looking for the area I use this air bit here. So we have our book hit controls. And where do we use this guy at? Our book hit controls panel. So if I do Control F, and we have here set our options. And in set options, we have add item. Dot capitalize. That's what I'm looking for. Dot capitalize is the thing I'm looking for. So we do dot capitalize for our guy here. Script parser here. Nope, don't need you. Don't need you anymore. Thank you for your service. Dot capitalize. So we go to this guy here, close this guy here. New script JSON. Nope, don't need that there. Old script JSON, don't need you there either. Dialog first here. Nope, don't need you either. Really, not really, not quite. We can go into our dialog verse here, and then our dialog, our dialog script here. Yes, okay. So it's going to be dot capitalize. So that there, dot capitalize. It'll do everything we need it to do. With that said, let's see there, the dot capitalized, and then we need to set this to be self, and then it needs to be title. So we'll set this to be utility dot title, or debug color dot title should be title. There we go. Okay, so this should print it in a pretty format, and now, fingers crossed, it should allow us to read everything and not have it read like this. So hopefully everything will be translated to what it needs to be, in the sense of, if I go ahead and hide this, fingers crossed here as I hide our peripheral, I can hide it here. All right, fingers crossed this works. Let's save this guy here, go back to our dialog parser. In our dialog parser, what we're now going to do is do this guy here, and then do dot, and we're going to do print data. All right, moment of truth here. I believe, and the me that believes in all of me. Let's see, if we click on you there, dialog manager here, we're in the right area. Okay, click on play here. What do we get? What do we get? We got no. You know, it did something. I thank you, Vex, or Rex, I mean, thank you for the belief. I mean, it's doing some sort of things, but the data apparently is not being read correctly. So, I mean, it's kind of sort of working, which is good, which is great. That is good news to hear. What I'm wondering then now is, and whatever you don't look at quick shares. Reverse psychology will not work on me, check. I can take a look at it in a second. I'm wondering, why is it not working? I mean, the good news is that things are being printed, but the null, I'm guessing the NA, oh, I guess, yeah, some of these things are being printed correctly. You can see that the NA here, that's from the other guys. This none is also printing correctly, which is good. It is working properly there. The null there being printed is understandable, and then the node here, yeah, the node here is what I'm wondering about. That guy there, I'm not too sure what you are. Let's go back into our dialog parser here, and hold on, quick shares here. Am I going to regret this? Quick shares here, we have, oh, hold on, oh, spoilers here. Or I can just copy the image, hold on. Oh, what have I just looked at? This is what was said. He's got a little hat, and he's got a man's no face. He's got a little bee on the crown too. It's creepy, but it's cute. But it's also creepy and very blurs. And oh no, that was a legally required warning. Oh my, oh me, oh my. That's just, it's beautiful, but it's also cursed as beautiful, I suppose. I'll just save that right there and have it not look at me in my sleep. We'll slide you to there, slide you to there. Now the question then becomes, if I had to guess, I'm guessing the set new variable is the reason why it's not too happy with us. So we're gonna go ahead and click on play here, and let's see what happens when we, oh, hold on, wrong guy. Close it here, we don't need that guy. We can close it there, hopefully, close it. I want to run this guy here, and if we run this guy here, hopefully we can go through everything and see why it's not too happy. So I'll subtract this guy again here, and we can see at least that our new data is this guy here. And in our new data, we have a speaker called Gabby, we have a emotion called happy, and a line called hello. And then here in our script, we have a few things. You can see in our verses, we have no verses, so verses is empty. If we go into our set new variable here, we have our variable to set, and our new variable here. And it should hopefully make our variable to set new variables. If not new variable equal null, which is true, it's not equal to null, new variable equals 1, so our variable to set should equal 1 instead. So if I go back to here, our variable to set should equal 1 now. And if I hover back over to, let's see, back into our new data here, we're looking for our new verse. So in our new verse, we should now have our speaker set to 1, because 1 should be Gabby. But why is it the case that it doesn't work? Oh, hold on. I think I get why, possibly, maybe, perhaps. It could be the case that it's not matching it because of the way the name's spoken. So for example, what I'm thinking is, in our dialogue parser super duper quickly, how are we doing our test list? So our actors, our script here, our new script, it's written as Gabby here. What is it written as in terms of our speaker elsewhere? If we go here to our dialogue actor here, we go to actor here, we have here Gabby, so G-A-B-B-Y for Gabby here. And then in our new script here, we have G-A-B-B-Y, so that's not the issue. Speaker here, we also have as the small one here, an emotion line. So why is it the case that we're getting null, I wonder? I guess what we'll have to do is not do the fix I thought and do a different fix instead, which is unfortunate, but you know what? It's okay as well. So let's go back to our dialogue guy then. So our dialogue here, and we can just do getter setters. I can always do like a to be determined, do later, figure it out later. And I think that might work for now. We'll close these guys here and reopen them and expand them so I can see it a little bit easier. So we have our dialogue manager here, dialogue parser here. So instead of doing that send new variable idea that I had hoped would work, we aren't going to be able to do that. We'll probably have to do a setter or a getter. So we have here actor name get, for example, and I wonder here, this guy gets set and it gets null, I'm guessing, possibly. What we could happen and what we can see about doing is if I print out this guy here, what I would expect to have this print out is I'm expecting this to say 1 because Gabby is equal to 1. Gabby is not equal to 0. 0 would be null. So if we print this guy out, do we get the number 1? And why is that in grayed out? Expected closing argument. Hold on. Do you mean this guy here? Ah, okay. So I'm expecting it to print 1 because 1 should be Gabby. And we get, let's see. We get a 1. Yes, we do get a 1. So I suppose if that is the case, what we'll have to do is do. And I wonder as well, if we print out, for example, this guy here. So if we print out you here, you here, you here, you here, and you here, what does this print out? I'm curious. Is it going to print out null because it's null? So if I do you here, and then we click on play here, what happens then? Do we get null? Or yeah, we do get null here. So if it's equal to null was the hope, but it's not equal to null, or is it? It should be. You can see here, null right there. So if it's null, the hope was, let's see, if I go back to here, our script data, yeah. So we have null 1 2 1 2 1, yeah. And then our null, I was hoping at least, what we can also do here is print out our new verse data. So print, and then we can print out here our new verse dot pointer. So new verse dot pointer, so dot pointer here, pointer would go here. And we can see what this also prints too. This guy should give us null, truth be told. So actually, if we go back to our scripts here, I want to find something that would not print null because this should print null because it makes sense. So really it should be null and it should be wave spider arms and then syntax. So actually, let's see. What happens if we click on play and we go back to here? What does it print out? I'm curious to see. We get 0 0 0 0 0. Interesting. That is not what we should be getting. So something is certainly off. We can do and see about doing get. So it's going to be that there, and then a signal here. And our signal is going to be equal to what this guy is here. So our signal is this guy here. And then our wave spider arms, our syntax, and all of these guys here should be equal to our dialogue signal bus here. So our wave spider arms, our syntax here should be possible, should work. The question is why? Oh, hold on. I think I know. No. Underscore should work here as well. What are you printing out? The underscore should work in the enum. And interesting. Get it? No? Oh, okay. I get it, but I don't like it, all right? Oh man, let's see. I'm wondering our dialogue parser here. Print new verse pointer. Yeah. This guy should be printing like 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s, but it's not. And I'm wondering why. Dialogue signal bus get new data here. Yeah. I guess what we can see about doing is our bittersweet option. How do we print out our new bittersweets? If we go back to our flavor combo here, let's see. Our flavor parser should have a flavor underscore parser, flavor parser here. Well, how do we do our combos? We should have a bit here where it looks for our combos. Yeah, flavor combo get. And we go through the dictionary at each value here. We have here blank.get find key here. So where do we use our flavor combo at? It should be used, I think, in parse flavor combo data. We grab the flavor and then we set the flavor combo based on the flavor data. So I guess that doesn't work as well as I would have hoped for. Get flavor combo gives flavor based off the position of combo and 1 for second, and gonna set out for a bit. No worries at all. And good luck with the dialogue. So thank you as well. First, or is it L Strike? Thank you. Or maybe it's Luna. Thank you. Let's see here. We have initialize, we have parsebo, or here we are in our parse. We have, and the joke is to incheck it for her. No, no, it's not. Oh my. Let's see here. We have a flavor grid, and then we have here .get. And my wondering is our flavor combo, you can see here it has blank blank .get and blank blank .getter at. So this cookbook.flavor combo.get, and then we do the flavor base. So what I'm wondering is there a way to check to see what it gives us? Let me see. Godot 4, turn string into enum. There we go. Godot 4 turn string into enum. In Godot 4, you can convert string into its corresponding enum integer value by accessing the enum as a dictionary and looking up the string key. Let's see. So you would do convert string to enum, and then state string, maybe, and the address so low, and the intrusive dot plots are winning. Oh my! Stay away with that. Stay far away. I say far away. Let's see here. Safe lookup handling invalid strings. We have this guy here, so we have a string that is not in the enum. So we would do safely lookup dot get. Yep, and then as. Oh, I see. We would do blank blank dot get as blank. Yeah. Okay, so I think then what you would do is instead we have to see about doing get blank as blank. So my wondering is, as ads are incoming, we actually would have to do dot blank blank get as blank, possibly. So what I'm thinking is outputs blank. Yeah. Okay. Let's first try to see about doing our dialog parser here. And what I'm thinking is what we'd have to do is do our new verse dot pointer, new underscore verse dot pointer, and then I think it's going to be equal to here, and then we have to do you here dot get as. So it would be this guy here, and then hold on, don't remove that dot, and then it'd be dot or no as, and then it's going to be dialog signal, something like this here. I think would work, and I'm going to remove that guy here just to check and see. If we do that instead, does that at all work in the, instead? Possibly, maybe, hopefully, we get error. And we get an error because we could not convert value cast int. Interesting. We get you there, get. Why is that not working? We have the blank dot get, we have the string, and then, oh, I see, okay. And then the default fallback. Oh, okay, hold on. We would then do here, comma, and the default fallback for this guy is going to be dialog signal bus dot none. So hold on, you would be here, and then it would be dot none. Null. There we go. Dot null. Okay. Now stop it. Start it again. Let's see. And errors don't need an introduction to bad puns. Bad, I tell you. I can't say. Take a look at that. It's working. Look at that. It's doing its thing. I think possibly, maybe. So we have to do this. So ad breaks are about to run. I'm going to go ahead and translate all of this, so you won't really miss anything while the 3 minutes are going, and then I won't press play until after all of them are translated. So I'm going to go and type all this down. You won't miss a thing about that. Thank you for sticking by the ad breaks, and the pun has me floating. Your puns are null and void. All right, let's see here. So I'll see if this guy here will then do our new pointer equals to you here, and we'll go ahead and then add all of these guys here. So it's going to be a lot of transforming, unfortunately, but that's okay. So it's going to be new verse dot line here equals. So it's going to be this guy here, and then it's going to be equal to you here, and then we're going to do you here, new data line. Actually, that works fine. New data equals line there. That is a-okay and good to go. And I have no idea what that one is going on, but yippee! Yay! Hooray! Oh my family, happy. Let's see. If we go back to you here, we have the set new variable, that there. It's going to be you there. The argument here should be fine to do argument equals argument. So we can just do here, you there, and then you go there. And then we do you here, you here, paste it to here. It's going to be that there. And then we have to do the new as get all of those guys there. So it's going to be new verse emotion. So it's you here. And then it's going to be equal to, and then we're going to do this guy here, and then we have to set it to is or as, so it's going to be actually a bit, and so isn't the game is spelling out? That's good, right? Yeah, that's great, actually. You know, things are looking up. Knock on wood. Things are looking up. Am I out of tea? Oh, I'm just about out of tea, so this tea is probably going to be very hot. Okay, it's definitely a little, it was getting there, but it wasn't that bad. So we do here dot get, and then we set this to be comma u here, and then this is going to be emotion. So actor dot emotion. So emotion dot, and then it's going to be none. And actually, I want to set the signal to none as well. I like none instead. So we'll do signal none here.
Check
Hydration,
14
sure
just
can do.
redeemed
Sure can do.
hydrate.
Thank you for that one. We'll also go here into our verse here, and we'll set this to be none as well, as null is no longer a thing. It's going to be none because all of them are none. So none. Hydration, sure can do. And are you sure you're sipped enough? I can at least hope, possibly. Hydration has been done. How lovely. So let's see here. We have set new variable, new emotion, and then it's going to be actor.name, or yeah, actor.emotion.none. So that goes there, and that would then get removed here. And then we need to make sure it is as, and then this is going to be actor.emotion here. So this will be as actor.emotion. And then hopefully we can kind of get away with doing this guy here, and then it's going to be actor.name here. So actor.name, this is going to be .speaker here, and then we'd set it to be as speaker here, and then it's going to be speaker here, so this is going to be name, and then name would go here as well. And I think that would work, so I think this is what it has to be instead, this here, and then we set all of the other guys' lines, and then as the, I think that'll work out fine. We'll see when the ad breaks are up, and if it does work. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, but you can never know these sort of things. So it's always like, maybe not, yeah. But I'm hoping we can parse the data, because once the data is parsed, then we can now send it over to the sprites, and the sprites will be able to do their little dance and their little jigs. But it's working out. I can certainly say things are going in the direction I would hope for. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. If it's not a thing, you've only missed me typing out a lot of replacements. I've not even tried to see if this code works. So shall we try together and see if our print list can now print out everything? So let's go ahead and I'll click on play here. Parsley and dates. That does not sound like a good combo. Plums are pretty good, and look at that. Okay, so can you see it? Hold on, let me make this guy a little bit bigger here. It's working out. So we have here, for example, none, and then the argument would be here. We can add little brackets here. That make it a little bit easier. We can see, you can see here it says Gabby, and then it says hello, and I'm wondering what that none means. It should not say that there. That there should not equal there. I'm not sure why that's there, but it should be none like that. Yeah, and then it should be yeah. So we have our any signal that would be sent. It would go here. So the signal is none here because there's no signal, and this guy's just blank. And then we have Gabby. We have the emotion here, so Gabby would be happy. And then we need the hello to just be hello. I don't know why that note is there. So shall we? And I'm a spooter Necrotype Cafe, and I'm a familiar of Gabby to Necrotype Cafe. Trademark. Let's see. So let's go into our print guy and see why that's the case. So if we go back into our, let's see, our utility, nope, it's going to be a dialog parser here, and then it's going to be print data here, and it's going to be for print, and we have the debug color capitalized here, yep, and we have find name, current name here. Now, why is our current name that way? Our current name should be set, oh, hold on, our dialog script current name, go back in here into our dialog parser here, our current name needs to be set, so we need to do truth be told, actually your current name here. So script name, and we need to do here as well are, let's see, script data, all of you there, get data, getter add there, yeah. Print data, we also need to set your dot current name. So dot current name equal to that there. That would go there as well. Okay, and just a quick check, it should say test instead of null, so that should be that instead. And we can't see, oh, you're right, you can't, it's okay. Test here, you can see, test has been changed. All I did, let me close this guy here and let me hide this guy. Thank you for that one. I completely forgot it's on board. Here we go. Okay, what I did is I added the current name here. The current name wasn't being set, that's why it wasn't adding to its own guy. So I just added a line here to set the current name to whatever the name is supposed to be. So now the name shows up properly here. The only issue is that I don't know why that appears there. So let's see if we can fix that super duper quickly. So if we go into our print data here, and thank you for pointing it out. Oh boy, let's see. We go in here into our print data. Why is it the case that our print data here is, let's see, we have print data, so we have our 1, so it's 1, 2, then they have the 2 dots here, yeah, hold on, actor there, why is our self here? What's self doing here? I don't know what self was doing there. I think that was it. Self shouldn't have been printed. I think if we remove that, that'll be fine, and it'll print out properly, possibly. Yeah, look at that. we have the system working. Granted, it's not doing things in the box, but we're printing it and we're grabbing the data. So the data collection, is working. So now we can see, for example, here, no function happens and no argument is passed. So no function or no signal, I guess. And we have Gabby here who's happy, says hello. The spider who is neutral says, I am Spooter. Then Gabby neutral says, meh. And the spider happy says, I am Spooter, Necrotype Cafe, trademark. And I am a familiar of Gabby, Necrotype Cafe. So that's working wonderfully. Oh, that's great to hear. Okay, well then. With that said, what I'm going to do is make sure we make a backup of this guy. So let's see, working, let's see, Jason, Jason parser, P-A-R-S-E-R, punch parser, F-U-N-C-T-I-O-N-A-L, I am Spooter. Indeed. So we'll go ahead and click on commit here, sync the changes up. And with that said, next on the to-do list, as I go ahead and hide this guy, I remember this time, hide this guy here. Next up on the to-do list will be the fact of, if we go into our dialog manager here, there's a lot we still have to do. For example, we still have to link up the actors to the sprites. So, not the sprites, we already have the sprites, but we now need to link the script to the actors. So we need to link the script to the actors. That's one thing we need to do. We need to add a dialog box. So if I just very quickly go to dialog here, dialog, let's see, D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, dialog manager, dialog signal bus, yeah, dialog. I don't even remember where I put you at. I can just go to the spider. So I can just go spider here, and I should be able to find it. Spider here, yes. So you can see speech bubble, that's what it's called. Yeah, we'll get rid of speech bubble. So now we need to convert it into a speech bubble that pops up. So we have the script, now we just need to tell the actors what to do. So now that the script is working, now that we can read from the script, now we need to say actor 1 you speak, actor 2 you speak. Now actor 1 you speak, actor 2 you speak. The good news about our Spooter here in our speech bubble is that we already have some functional code in the sense of there is a way to go to the next line and go to back a line as well. So those guys should be good to go. And I might work on this during the week. If I do, as I do, hold on here. And a speech bubble pops up. There was a speech bubble that popped up. No longer, we're now going to have a speech box instead. We're getting industrial here. Let me do exclamation Necrotype as I slide back over to our just guiding screen as well. As if you haven't tried it already, consider giving the prototype up on itch a try. This version here that you see that is currently working on, not on there yet. However, if you like to take an interest in the idea at least of a rhythm typing cafe wizard game, then that is up there on itch, so consider giving it a try. And should you like to catch me doing development, and if I do end up doing it in the voice channel, we do a bit of co-working sessions here and there, and you can join the Discord as I do an exclamation D-I-S-C-O-R-D. As well as if you just want to stay up to date or you want to read the devlog on the game itself, you want to be more in the know, consider joining it as well, as that's where updates get posted off the bat. But if I'm unable to do anything this week, then we'll continue and we'll pick up right where we were next week, as that's what this is at. Even if I don't get to work on the game during the week, at least it's a requirement that I spend 4 hours dedicated a week on working on the game. So even if the progress is slow, it is moving. As you can see, we got a lot done. So I'm hoping for the best here. And lies, you'll play Delta Rune the entire week. Nah, I gotta play it blind. What do you mean, Jax? I can't play it on my own. That said, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always a lot of fun to see if we can raid a fellow Godot game developer or whatever we do. If we're doing Pixel art, then we raid a fellow pixel artist. And in this case, since we're doing Godot, we'll see if we can find a fellow Godot game dev. And thing is, we always try to see if we can rate someone new, as it's a lot of fun to see new and upcoming streamers and new people to the Godot game area as well. But if we can't find someone new, we'll go for a classic if they are available. If you're on YouTube though, that'll be it for me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to end it, I'm going to go to the end screen, and then going to come back on Twitch. So if you would like to participate in the raid, just stick around, don't move, don't do anything here. No, she plays on stream. She's gonna play League all week. Joke's on you. I've been playing the card game, all right? The Legends of Runeterra game. With that said, thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. I hope to see you all soon. And I hope you have a lovely, lovely one next week, or the week after that, and the next day, and the next day,